And good afternoon and happy Holy Saturday for those who believe in, well, what I was referring to. But we are back for some Mariners baseball. And this is now my 14th game out of the magic number. Well, out of 100, magic number is now 86. And hopefully the Mariners will 86 the Blue Jays after what happened yesterday. But Mr. Steve, how are you doing today?
I'm excellent, man. It's been a jam-packed day with a lot of YouTube content on other channels. But when Rooftop comes calling, you try to squeeze them in there. You try to make room to talk a little Mariners baseball along with the live stream here. Mariners v Blue Jays in a clash that actually had some recent drama over the last few years, as these two teams met in the 2022 playoffs. And since then there seems to be a little something there between these two teams. So I always enjoy it when these two teams come together and play baseball.
It's even more enjoyable. Now I'm starting to enjoy it more when the Blue Jays actually visit Seattle. And yeah, sure, it's annoying that a lot of Blue Jay fans show up, but my counter is this. Mariner fans, why don't you go buy the tickets, beat them to the punch? But you know what?
But also,
yeah,
but here's the thing, though, right? How are you going to exclude all those Blue Jay fans that are in Vancouver, BC, right? Blue Jays fans are not just exclusive to Toronto. That is Canada's team now that the Expos are gone. And so you have good, wholesome Canadian fans that are in Vancouver, BC, that make the trek down, that just want to enjoy their team.
You know what?
Screw all that.
Maybe if the Mariners didn't stink so much, we could have gotten that Canadian market of Vancouver, BC.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and that's you're exactly right. Winning cures everything. So if the Mariners were consistently winning and consistently in the playoffs, maybe some of the bums up in Vancouver were like, you know what? Seattle's not that bad.
Yeah, they would cheer for them. But today we've got a matchup between Logan Gilbert, arguably the best starter on the Mariners rotation, going up against Jose Berrios. And this is going to be a much-needed win, and this is probably the guy to do it, as yesterday, unfortunately, the Mariners just went down. And honestly, they just looked lost the entire game. Like, of course, I covered that game, but 3 of those outs, and Mariners were hitting the ball. They weren't hitting the ball bad. It was just their base running was awful, because who runs on a shallow pop fly? Rowdy Tellez, I'm talking to you. Why would you do that on a very shallow pop fly, especially?
Are you talking about the play where he was gunned down?
Yes,
I think he was gunned down. Let me refresh my memory.
So it was a pop fly to right field. Tellez, for whatever reason, tagged on a very shallow pop fly, and it was not even close, not even worth reviewing, not even worth debating.
So he tags at first, and he's on his way to 2. Realizes that he's in no man's land and tries to go back to first. Is that what happened?
No, he was on second base.
Because he was on second base.
Okay. He tagged up after the catch, tried to go to third base, and he was out by more than a mile.
Yeah, I saw the highlights. I was wondering what Baby Huey is doing on the base pass. But that is very Mariners. That is a very Mariners thing to do, right? You can't hit a fastball. You can't run the bases. You know what I mean? What good is this team for? You tell me. When you're just giving away outs, just giving.
And then Randy Rose, and then Poser Boy Rosarena, like he overran.
Poser.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him the Poser Boy. I mean, you called him Poser before with his, and we were like, "Hey, Randy, stop it, you poser."
You poser. Yeah,
he is Poser Boy.
Although, you know what, I kind of like the look of the lineup tonight. With Master Boney leading off, playing right field. I like Polanco 2, Cal Raleigh's 3, Rosarena 4, Rayleigh 5, Tellez 6, Moore, Williamson, and J.P. Crawford at the bottom of the lineup. I kind of dig it.
I actually did think of the idea of Master Boney being the leadoff hitter in the meantime with Robles out, because when I looked at his strikeout and walk split, they're actually pretty good splits. He's off to a good start, and he gets on base, so it's like, why not? Because I don't want Julio as a leadoff, which is why I'm actually okay sitting him. He needed it because he is absolutely garbage right now.
garbage right now. Yeah, and you know what? I think what Master Boney's hitting 308 with a 727 OPS. Polanco. I know that this channel likes to give loves to give Polanco the business, loves to give him the shit, but you have to appreciate his start to the season, 367 batting average with a 965. Yes, Cal Raleigh, a little bit of a slow start, but that's going to be Cal Raleigh. He's not going to be hitting 270 anytime soon, but he does have an 871 OPS. Randy Rosarina again is not going to hit his weight, but his OPS is actually quite nice, and that's where really this whole thing kind of drops off and plateaus a little bit. But that being said, you expect Luke really to eventually get into the swing of the season, and I'm fully expecting Luke to do that as well. And it looks like Jose Barrios is taking the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays as we are getting set for the first pitch of the game.
And I was looking to see if I can add him for my fantasy baseball team, but again, half the league, if not the entire league, knows my strategy, so they've all beat me to the punch. Like, these starters that go up against Mariners, they're like TVs for Black Friday. That's what it really is.
So, out of a quick question, what's tonight's first pitch sponsored by? Is the first pitch sponsored by what? SeatGeek?
Sahara Pizza? I think I'll just do both of them. Yeah, first pitch will be brought to you by the SeatGeek and the Sahara Pizza. Why not? Because I'm trying to help see.
Remember those old Mariner TV broadcasts? Tonight's first pitch is brought to you in part by Albert Goldfarb Jewelers.
Actually, it's brought to you by, according to this guy, Julio is absolutely garbage, and he deserves that criticism.
Yeah,
because he talks a big game every single spring training. And he's supposed to be better than Bobby Wood Jr. Oh, nope.
You know what's interesting is he tries to do too much. Julio is that dude, that constant overachiever that is trying to be that guy. He's trying to put the team on his shoulders, but he doesn't necessarily have the tools to do that yet. It's so important for young players to let the game come to them. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's absolutely true. And it's, you want to master the little things before you're able to actually step up and do bigger things. And I understand he had a good second half to his rookie season, same thing with his second year, but he has failed to actually put together one season of consistent baseball.
And now here's the first pitch going to be to the Miles Maestro. And now the pitch. And that is in there for a strike, and we are underway here at T-Mobile Park. Quite a noticeable difference between the broadcast of Root Sports and Apple TV. Kind of a little difference. We're at the Sky Dome. So we got the offense has to happen. Now the pitch, and that's going to be a fly ball to deep left field, and runner, nope, it is caught by left fielder, and I guess marine layer still exists here in the Sky Dome as we got one out.
Yeah, it's that Lake Ontario marine layer.
I guess so.
Even that Great Lakes.
Even in a dome, it goes right through the stadium when the Mariners are there.
I'm telling you, man. I'm actually kind of happy to see Miles Mastrobuoni get the opportunity, and he got a good pitch to hit too, and it just so happens that he took it the other way, which I like to see. Getting
now the pitch to Polanco, and that is outside for a ball. You got Jorge Polanco, 1 for 14 against Jose Barrios, but the one hit was a doozy. It was a home run, so I don't know if he's going to do much. There's a chance to pitch. Now here's a fly ball to deep right center field, and it is caught by the right fielder. And once again, the marine layer by Lake Ontario.
Lake Ontario.
But the contacts are good so far.
Yep, first pitch was a little two-seamer that ran on the outside corner, and but now you're what I actually like about these first two at bats is they're actually swinging at good pitches. Although the second one was a little outside, but it was a two-seam fastball that caught a good portion of the plate. But they're putting the bat on the ball in the contact zone where you would like to see them actually make contact, which is a far cry from Julio Rodriguez.
Torpedo boy, Cal Raleigh, the pitch, and that is low for a ball. You would think that the way the Mariners are hitting their first two at-bats, you would think that something is due in only a matter of time. You would think. But we got to see what Torpedo Boy can do. He is 1 for 4.
How did they do in Cincy?
And now the pitch. And now here's a ground ball, and that is fouled. They actually took 2 out of 3.
And this is what, game 2 in Toronto?
Game 2, but they lost yesterday.
Ooh.
And the Mariners actually cost me $250 for that miraculous comeback on the Thursday game, which I'll explain soon after this at bat, as we're at 1-1.
So is Cal using the torpedo bat?
He's Torpedo Boy, the 1-1, up high for a ball. So what happened was when the Mariners were up 5-3, if I put in $25, I'd win $250 if the Reds win. So I did it. Reds took the lead. They had a 2-run lead in the 9th, and then back-to-back home runs happened, and the Mariners won.
Wow. Yeah.
Almost 2-1 pitch.
Wow.
And that is outside for a ball, 3-1. So maybe the Mariners knew that, oh, that rooftop boy, he just bet against us. Let's make him pay for it.
But it's also the Mariners do have the ability to come back on teams. I know we like to joke about the talent, but, depending on the matchups, man, Mariners have the ability.
3-1.
It's still not enough for me
ball 4, take your base. And it also helps that Cincinnati's a very home run hitter friendly ballpark.
Yeah. The Great American Small Park. The crazy thing though is that it's still not enough for me to 100% buy in after the last 2 seasons. You win. The Mariners reel you in with a good season, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, so they're actually kind of changing their ways, and then you have
a pitch to Rosarena, and that is in there for a strike, and that would have been a tough one to swing, as that was like literally in the inside corner. Because you swing at that hits the skinny part of the bat. We know how that feels when you do it. You feel that vibration in your hands when that happens, and it's not a good one. Very stingy feeling. As we're at 0-1, now the pitch, and that is low for a ball. He tried to frame it, but it didn't happen.
Grande Rosa Reina.
The poser boy.
Batting 204.
But he makes it up with a pretty good on-base percentage because he does have the ability to walk, as we're at the 1-1. And now the pitch. And that's going to be popped up and fouled, but could be playable. Actually, nope, it's going to go out of play. I'm actually going to the Friday game against Miami, and I have a surprise for one of my best friends. It's going to be his birthday.
Did you get Diamond Club?
No, I was close. I was really close, but an alternative. I'm gonna give him the Jumbotron message.
That's even better. What was the factor that almost got Diamond Club? What was that one determining factor where it didn't?
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will retire the side. Mariners leave one man on as we go to the bottom of the first, no score. And what happened was my buddy was like, are you taking a girl? I was like, no. He goes, nope, F you.
Oh, you should have lied and said, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking a girl.
Yeah, but
I want to impress her, man. I want to impress her and wine and dine her with Diamond Club seats.
Couldn't do it. So instead, I'm bringing a huge group. Gonna get some random seats, and then he's gonna get that big surprise. I already told him, like, hey, wherever you do, sit your butt in the second inning. Do not go anywhere.
Pay attention to the screen there in center field. Yeah,
that's another way Mariners make money is people put in their anniversary and birthday messages.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that happened to me a few years ago. My mom did that for me, and it was sweet because the message on the screen said happy birthday, son, love mom, or happy birthday, Steven, whatever, love your mom. And I was like, I was touched because I had no idea she was going to do that. And it's a nice little warm and tingly, but they give you this bag of shit, like this bag of swag, right? In a cheap Mariner duffel bag, right? And you feel like you're a 12-year-old at a birthday party.
Wait, they would give my friends something for doing that?
Yeah, like it's the birthday. Like I think if you do the birthday package, they'll put your name on the Jumbotron, and then they'll give you like a bag of swag. I don't know if you can just do the message, pay and have the message on the board only. I don't know about that. I think you have to buy the package.
I would think if you're paying $40 at least, it's got to include something in there other than just throwing something on a screen. Yeah, Reese Beast, Julio's not playing. We would assume it's a day off. Nothing is known of injury, but injury or not, he needed a day off.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that it's coming on a Saturday, though. Usually you would probably get that on getaway day, like on a Sunday. Makes a lot of sense, but maybe it's just a combination of, he's played a lot, and also he's just gotten off to a terrible start. So maybe this might be like a de facto benching.
The pitch to Bo Bichette. Now we got a fly ball popped up to second base.
Let's go, Lolo.
And Dylan Moore is there and makes the catch. I'm definitely not going to call it a mental health break. I mean, I wouldn't brand it as that. I would brand it as you effing suck. You need to just.
Yeah. Do you remember that last year when Scott Service gave him a mental health break? I was like, dude, that is so soft. That is so soft. It's like, dude, if he's healthy and he's playing, he can play. He's playing, and just figure out a way to work around it. You know what I mean? Like, be a big boy, put on your big boy pants.
Jr., and that is in there for a strike.
Yeah, it's like, dude, be a big boy, put on your big boy pants, and figure out a solution to your problems. Don't have Scott Service or Dan Wilson take you out for a mental health day. When you all know that really what you really want to do is.
Now here's a liner, and that is going to be a base hit to right field. This could be extra bases as Guerrero's going to second base. Mastrobuoni lost track of the ball, and now he's in there for a second base for a stand-up double. And I actually do believe, had the ball not bounced so weirdly, Mastrobuoni could have got it and maybe had a chance at second base. Now we got
first world turf problems, man. First world turf problems.
Which the Kingdom used to have, and they had the worst possible turf that we had ever seen. Some would say that.
The cool part is, like, eventually the Mariners figured out to use it to their advantage, though.
And Mastrobuoni actually lost track of the balls. He had it in his glove and it popped out. So not exactly a good heads-up play by the Maestro.
Lolo. Yeah, Lolo is probably our best pitcher.
And now the pitch. And that is inside for a ball. What if George Kirby is back and he's back to his true form? Would you still say it?
Yeah, I still think Logan's the better pitcher.
I'm a Kirby guy.
I think Kirby's got better stuff, but I think consistency-wise, Logan is the better pitcher. Like, I would want to know the pitch. Like, if you asked me which pitcher is, like, if both were at full strength pitching, who has the better choice, a better option of winning a Cy Young, I'd probably say Logan.
Logan Gilbert, yeah, I can see that. He has shown more consistency over the years. I mean, George Kirby, as much as he doesn't walk, he still can't find a way to not give up home runs and really devastating hits.
That's funny. Reese B says they think they need to give him another player like Cal who can hit the ball. It's like, yeah, you think? It's like,
could have gotten Bregman, could have gotten Alonso, anything.
They could have gotten Juan Soto.
They could have gotten Ohtani.
Yeah, to take the pressure off a dude like Julio.
The 1-1. And that's a liner and fouled.
I think Julio is kind of turning into a slump. Yeah.
Yeah, understatement. He is the best baseball player when he wants to be. He doesn't have the fundamentals.
Or could it be that the league has caught up to Julio and just knows how to work him? And it's up to Julio. It's up to Julio to actually,
1-2.
Like
Liner fouled.
Like Julio is playing 2D chess and the rest of the league is playing 4D chess against him. So it's up to him to, catch up.
Figure it out.
Figure it out.
And that's Anthony Santander, another free agent signing the Mariners could have done as well, but they let Toronto do it.
Yeah.
Now we're at 1-2, and now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that's going to get right through for a base hit. Is Guerrero going to turn and score? He's going to run in for the score. The throw to the plate, not even close. And now the Mariners are already down 1-0. And that was a single off of Anthony Santander. Guerrero with the double, and Mariners are already trailing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that pitch right before, that little two-seamer in the dirt, man. It's a bad omen when Santander is able to actually make contact on that. And then he gets the exact same pitch, and Santander puts a nice little bat onto the ball and just puts it into right field. That's a good piece of hitting by Santander. And by the way, that was a pitcher's pitch, by the way, by Logan. It just you got to credit Santander
for making contact, and that is a strike to Andres Jimenez. He's 0 for 4 in the series, but it's a new day for the Blue Jays. For Jimenez, he's batting 192. Wow. Got Santander at first base.
Look at the Nightbot working OT again.
Doing it again, the 0-1. And that is a strike. Seattle does horrible against AL East. Yep, that's typical. Especially they are the worst when they are in Boston. So this is why winning this series is more than critical, because you would think that when you have Boston in April, you kind of feel like it's going to be a throwaway series, especially when Hancock is pitching in that rotation, and that is low for a ball.
Yeah,
I would think that Cal Raleigh's going to get a
Boston.
day off in that series.
Yeah, that Boston series, man. I'm dreading that series just because you have an idea that, you know, if for whatever reason they can salvage a game in that series and go lose 2 of 3, you would probably think for an April series that's actually pretty decent, but there's a good chance the might get swept.
Yeah. No, the crazy thing is going 1 of 3 against Boston, whether they're a 100-loss team or a playoff team, it should be, I would consider it a wild success considering their past failures with Boston. Like, I don't remember the last time they won a series in Fenway.
Historically, they've been terrible in Boston.
2-2. Now here's a liner, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. This is going to be extra bases. This actually could score in the run. A Rosarena gets the ball, and now it's Santander at third base, second and third. Nobody scores, and now you got runners on second and third with only 1 out. Hancock needs to go. Well, he did have a good start against Cincinnati. He only pitched 73, but he only allowed 2 runs. It was an oopsie home run, but other than that, he did pretty well. So he's going to earn himself a start against Boston. My other prediction is I think Cal Raleigh's going to finally get a day off in one of those Boston games.
It looks like the last time the Mariners took a series in Boston may have been back in 2011.
Wow. Now swing and a miss, and that is a swing and a miss to George Springer. Yeah, I'd be curious to what it was. They certainly didn't win it in 23, I can tell you that.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Let's
now the pitch. And now here's a fly ball to left field. Is that going to be fair? That might be hooked. That's hooking foul. And that was George Springer who had really big contact on that. And now we'll try this again. And going back to Boston, the good news about that Boston series is that it's at least in April, so we do get it over with.
Here we go. The Mariners' most recent series win at Fenway Park against the Red Sox.
0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, down goes George Springer.
Was from August 22nd through the 24th, 2014. During that 3-game series, the Mariners also achieved their first ever sweep at Fenway Park. They won 7-3, 8-6, and then 8-6 with outfielder Dustin Ackley playing a pivotal role by recording 5 hits, including a home run, triple, and a double, driving in 6 runs over the series. Since then, the Mariners have played several series, but they have not secured another series victory at Fenway Park.
I'm telling you, if they win the series, give Cal Raleigh a day off. Because he is due for one.
2014.
2014 was when they actually had a decent. They had a pretty underrated starting rotation. Had Felix at his prime, or just out of his prime. Then you had young James Paxton, didn't really do as much. Taijuan Walker, meh. It was really mostly Roenis Elias, Chris Young.
You think Felix was out of his prime in 2014? You think Felix was out of his prime?
That's when he just peaked.
Yeah, I thought you started to see his decline in 2015, 2016.
2015 was when it was noticeable because he got below 200 strikeouts and he started ballooning in weight.
Right.
But 2014 was but you would think that his peak was 2010, his absolute peak.
I would think his absolute peak was 2011 through 2013. Those 3 seasons were peak AL Cy Young Award level years.
In 2021, they tied a series at Fenway Park.
Let me ask you this question.
As we got a pitch to Alejandro Kirk, and that is 1-2. Now go ahead and ask that question.
Alejandro.
Lady Gaga.
Knowing now with the advanced metrics that is used in pretty much every single facet of Major League Baseball, do you think Felix Hernandez gets inducted?
Swing and a miss, strike 3. I don't.
Do you think he gets inducted? Maybe not first ballot. Maybe not.
He's not a first ballot. It'll take maybe in the mid-tier, the middle ballot, or he could be the last, because what's going to kill him is no playoff appearance, and his wins and losses were not great. but you can't blame it on him because
right. So
he had no
that's
run
the thing.
support.
There are a couple guys in the Hall of Fame already that played the majority of their career for some of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. Burt Bylevin comes to mind, and he played on some horrible Angels teams. Never really saw the playoffs either, but they look past. He took a lot of L's, but I think we're in that era where we look past wins and losses, and just to look at how dominant some of his numbers. You look at you look at FWAR and ER, like what is it, FERA or whatever, and it looked like there was like an 8-year stretch where Felix Hernandez was literally one of the best pitchers in baseball, if not in the American League.
He was possibly one of the best players in baseball. That's how valuable he was to the Mariners.
That's exactly right. And the thing about it is, it's like, yeah, you can't hold the no playoffs against him because the Mariners literally wasted his prime. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't Felix Hernandez's fault. Like he pitched about as good as you could ask for in that interim, despite the fact that he had no run support.
Yeah, and by the time he even got a decent offense to work with in 2015 through 2018, it was too little too late because by that time, his arm was just dead, and there was not much of a difference between his fastball and his changeup. And you can also, and some will say, the haters will say, well, it's because he didn't take good care of his body, which is, there's truth to that, but it was also attributed by the fact that he was just burned out. Like his arm just died because so many innings were pitched, so much wear and tear. And that's why I do think he is the most tragic hero in Mariners history, other than Kyle Seager.
It's interesting, right? Because he got to start like when he was 18, 19 years old in the big leagues. And by the time he was done, he was only 29 years old. Like that's usually when pitchers usually peak, like at that 28 to 32. And he was done by 29. But yeah, I mean, the Mariners rode him like Zorro. I mean, he had 200 plus inning seasons for like what, 8 straight years. Like they rode him hard.
They rode him hard, and I remember there towards the end of his career, he was getting a lot of criticism from fans, which I didn't think was fair at all, because they're like, well, he's burned out. It's not his fault. Yeah. Now we got Luke Raley up to the plate, the pitch, and that is a strike. Do you think Rangers will outright win the AL West? If they're healthy, they will. That's how I see it. If they're healthy, they have a good shot. And it depends how the A's and the Astros do the pitch, and swing and a miss, strike 2. Luke Raley is showing struggles at the plate. Some will say that he's actually the most unlucky because he has a good exit velo. It's just that it just happens to land in someone's glove, as we're at the 0-2 pitch on Luke Raley and the pitch, and that is outside for a ball.
Well, the Rangers only have a 2-game lead in the division, but that being said, it's still April. You can't win a division in April, but you certainly can lose it. That's the thing. I think that
1-2 pitch inside for a ball.
The Rangers are interesting, man. They're extremely talented. They won the World Series 2 years ago, so a lot of that core is still around. So you would expect that this team knows how to win. I think the West is going to be certainly interesting because the Houston Astros are
2-2. Low for a ball, 3-2, full count.
Are still a team that know how to get to the World Series as well too. So I think that's going to be an interesting 2-horse race. It's going to be.
My prediction is they're going to trade for an outfield eventually because Jose Altuve in outfield. No, the Astros. 3-2 pitch. Because it's and a ball 4, take your base. I'll take that. And Luke Raley gets on base. Yeah, because it's clear that the Astros missed Kyle Tucker, and the only replacement they got was Isaac Paredes, which he's a third baseman.
Yeah.
And ever since they tried Altuve in left field, it looks disastrous. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like it. I like the disaster. I'd like to keep that going as a rival. But we got to wonder what the organization the Astros got, as we got Rowdy Tellez up to the plate. And I do have a debate question on him, the pitch.
And you do expect the Astros, and you would probably do expect the Astros to go big too, right? So it's going to be interesting to see what they do as far as that goes. I 100% agree with you. I think they will.
Depends on the assets because they have been trading quite a bit of their assets. They did that last season to get Yusei Kikuchi, so so they're going to have to get creative, which they know how to. The 0-1 up high for a ball.
Rowdy in the 6th spot. What could possibly go wrong? That's funny.
Yeah, it could absolutely go wrong. As we're at 1-1.
Did Rowdy Tellez just miss another fastball?
Possibly. He fouls one off. Yeah, 1-1 on Rowdy Tellez. And now the pitch. And that's a foul ball again. That was another good pitch to hit, and he still fouls it as we're at 1-2. But he is 3 for 8 against Jose Barrios. 2 home runs. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There might be. Is Byron Buxton is he healthy?
I don't even know. You better look that up as we're at 1-2 on Rowdy Tellez. And now
DFA
the 1-2 pitch. Now here's a ground ball, going to be a double play ball. Throw to second, and no play at first base. But Luke Raley nearly got there to second base because he's a hustle man.
Missed
now
another
the big question I do have is, considering Tellez's awful start and Solano, we got Tyler Locklear in AAA. He's hitting well above 300, great on base percentage. Do we option Tellez because he signed a minor league contract, send him down, and bring up Ty Locklear?
No, I think they just I think they DFA him. Now, if he clears waivers, yeah, they'll outright him to Tacoma, but they would probably DFA him to get him off the 40-man roster. Now, whether or not he would accept that assignment is something completely different. I don't think they're just going to option him because he signed on a minor league deal. But if he made the major league squad, he'd be at the 40-man.
Are out.
Then that means he has no option. Right? Yeah, which means, yeah, they DFA him. And if he clears it, he can go to Tacoma. But I'm 100% with you. And I thought Tyler Locklear, I thought he should have started the season in Seattle.
Should have. Because he had a good spring training. The 0-2. And that is did he go for it? No, he didn't. Yeah, at least Cole Young, it was understandable because his spring training performance was less than subpar.
My whole thing is like you had a couple spots in the diamond that were available, that were up for grabs, and you had young prospects that may or may not have been ready to take that 1-2. And I definitely thought Locklear was one of those guys.
Popped up to third base, and he makes the catch. It's gonna be 2 outs.
Popped it up. Yeah, and I just thought Locklear had done it. I thought he had done enough to get that call. But that being said, the more that he continues to produce, the more it's going to be hard for them to ignore it. And the Mariners definitely need a true first baseman on this roster. I don't think they really have one. That's kind of, the point. Let me ask you a question real quick, Reese Peace. So if you want to call up Harry Ford, where is he playing?
And we got Ben Williams at the plate, the pitch. I think what he's hinting is having him be the backup catcher rather than Mitch Garver, but Mitch Garver is still locked in to another year contract.
My whole thing is like, are you going to DH him? You're going to bring him up just to sit him on the bench?
And his bat's not doing exactly anything good in AAA either.
I would rather him play every day down in Tacoma.
Yeah, let him get the bats because you do usually catchers take their time. It takes a bit of time to get them called up. They don't get rushed like everyone else does.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Cal Raleigh, he took until he was 24 years old to get called up.
Yeah, I just think that if there was
Williamson, and that is a ball.
If there was a glaring hole in catcher or at DH where that made sense, I can understand that. But the Mariners actually have both positions covered quite well, and I would rather have Garver just be the backup emergency catcher.
Because we're at 2-1. Ben Williamson, and now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that's going to right to second base. Throw to first in time, and that's going to retire the side. Mariners leave another runner stranded, and they go into the bottom of the second. Still,
they go down with a whimper.
Yep, but the good news is, hey, with this whole SeatGeek thing, I actually made a different ad this time. I mixed it up this time due to the timing. Ooh. With the NBA playoffs underway, you are probably planning to go to an NBA playoff game and cheer for your NBA team or player. But knowing that playoff tickets can be pricey, don't worry, I've got you covered. If you use my promo code RoofTopSports, you'll get $20 off the purchase and enjoy the NBA playoffs. I even swallowed my pride to put in an OKC guy in there.
Falls on deaf ears in a non-NBA town like Seattle.
Hey, you never know.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, no, but I will say I did like that. I did like that commercial. That's pretty good. I noticed that you had LeBron in there. And
he's still a marketing. He's still the marketing meister. So I still got to use him.
Does the NBA still have the play-in?
They still have that play-in tournament. I hated that idea.
I actually think it's pretty good, but no, the problem with it is like, nobody really cared. Nobody really plays harder to try to get into the playoffs. They just treat it like regular season games. You know what I mean?
They're trying to do it so they can promote not tanking. That's what it is.
You know what would be awesome? This is what I would like to see. Now, hear me out, okay? Because they already have the play-ins, which I like. How about just instead of having first round series and second round and so on, go to an actual NCAA tournament style bracket. Every team makes the playoffs. You have the regular season, and judging by your records, judges your seedings. Okay? So if you are, I don't know who finished in last place, don't know. But if you're the Golden State Warriors and you're a 1 seed, then you would play the 16th seed, which would be the whoever. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter by conference. It's just best records versus worst records, and you can seed them on both sides of the bracket. So if you wanted the LA Lakers versus the New York Knicks, you would put the Knicks on the other side of the bracket with the hopes that they would meet in the NBA final. And you could do an NBA final.
Rodin. And it's low for a ball, 1-1.
So everything is just single elimination, right? You would have an NCAA tournament bracket, and you can have it an NCAA tournament bracket style until you get to the NBA finals. And if you wanted to do a 7-game NBA final, I guess you could.
And swing and a miss, strike 2.
That would create so much buzz and energy knowing that, like nobody's going to watch a 7-game series to watch the Golden State Warriors whip up on like the 8th seed in the playoffs because it's stupid. You already know who's going
Oklahoma to do it. Unless you're the Denver Nuggets of 94.
But then you can have a one or done situation where maybe a 16 seed could upset a 1. You know what I mean? That would generate buzz. I think would generate a lot of buzz in the NBA.
I have an idea. As we had a strikeout by Logan Gilbert, how about just put the rules all the way back as it was in the 90s? Do that. Let everyone beat up each other. Make it physical again.
First round. Best of 5 in the first.
I like that too. I like the fast-paced first rounds. The pitch, because we all know why the NBA did it, because ratings. They want more money. They want more. They
wanted the extra playoff games. Yeah, I'm just saying it's like nobody cares about the NBA regular season anymore. Nobody cares about their All-Star game or festivities, and generally speaking, nobody really gives a shit about the playoffs either until it gets to like the Western Conference or Eastern Conference finals, right? So, but if you make it like an NCAA tournament bracket where it's one and done.
0-1 pitch. Now here's a ground ball foul.
NBA politics
is trash as well. Yeah, they have the. I think NBA has the worst politics I have seen out of all of them. Like MLB is bad, but NBA is worse.
Meaning what?
In terms of how they run the league, politics.
I'm trying to figure out what it means by politics. What I will say is that they gave their players too much power.
That's the truth. And Adam Silver's basically their attorney.
And because of it, you've seen the rise of super teams and things like that, where you're giving your players carte blanche to pretty much do whatever they want.
Ground ball foul. At least David Stern, people can say what he wants, but at least he held his ground to make the league at least watchable.
I mean, everybody's a star. I was just watching I watched this little video of, I think it was Trae Young, who did this behind the back move, but he also took 6 steps in the process, traveled, and no traveling was called. I'm like,
1-2.
It's like, dude, you can't take more than 2 steps. And he's taken like 6. He started at the top of the key and took 6 steps in for a layup. And I'm like, dude, that's traveling.
That's why the game is not watchable. It's almost like there's other things that are more watchable than the NBA in basketball world, as we're at 1-2.
Unfortunately, David Stern passed away.
It's not going to be a base hit, and Logan Gilbert's continuing to give up hits. That's now hit number 4 for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, unfortunately, David Stern's passed away, so he can't come back.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Rest in peace. But even if he was still alive, you still can't bring him back because he would have rather enjoy retirement.
David Stern was also a lawyer as well too, but at least, well, in some context, he had the league at heart. In certain instances, he did. But nice little base hit.
It really was. And now we got Straw up to the plate, batting 355. Now the pitch, that is up high for a ball. Let's see who it was who got that hit. It was Clement. I wonder, is he related to Jeff Clement? If that's Ernie Clement?
Miles Straw is with the Blue Jays now? Wow.
I never even knew.
Yeah.
We're at 1-0. The pitch.
Former Indian.
And that is a strike. Yeah, Mariners haven't even gotten a hit yet.
Nope.
And it ain't happening anytime soon with the way they're playing.
So what? Gilbert's at 31, 32 pitches right now. So,
it's only the start of the second inning, the pitch. Now here's a fly ball to deep right field, but Master Boney's going to be there and makes the catch. So that's going to leave the runner at first base. And now there's 2 outs.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily care how many hits he gives up as long as he mitigates the damage. And he's able to keep this Toronto lead to 1, giving the Mariners the opportunity to get back into this one. But what bugs me is it's not like, Jose Barrios is a dominant pitcher. The Mariners have had success against Barrios in the past.
Yeah, but they still find a way to screw it up. And now we've got Bo Bichette. Now the pitch. That's a foul ball.
Bobo. Who do you think Bo Bichette gets traded to this year? Because that's going to happen.
I got to look at who needs a shortstop. Like, I would say the Mariners, but they don't know who that is. I
would say the Mariners need a Bo Bichette in their lineup, yeah.
They do, and he's having a better season. And now the pitch. Like, the Mariners could have gotten him at a cheaper price because he had a terrible last season, so it could have been slightly cheaper. But now with the season that he's having, they may ask for a haul. Heck, I wanted the Mariners to take a look at Kevon Biggio. As we're at 0-2. And now the pitch to Bichette. And now here's a ground ball right to first base. Tossed over to first, and he gets it. And that's going to be in time as we go into top of the 3rd inning. I'm going to play a commercial because I got to get a snack. Senor, tell me how you make a thin crust Sahara pizza.
With your hands. Cornmeal.
While he makes that pizza, what's up baseball fans and pizza lovers? In celebration of the start of the baseball season, we've got a home run of a deal for you. We're offering 50% off all menu items on Mondays and Tuesdays and 25% off bowling. Don't strike out on this amazing deal. Check out our menu in the description of this video and start ordering now. Delivery is also welcome. This offer goes through April.
And that's how you make a Sahara pizza. Beautiful thin crust.
Commercial's still going on. Okay, I have a game for you. So on how they handle Emerson Hancock, I have a game. He had 73 pitches going into the 6th inning. He had maybe 1 or 3 shaky innings, but he was getting out of it mostly. And then Dan Wilson, in the bottom of the 6th or even the 5th, he decided to use the bullpen. Would you have kept Hancock after 73 pitches? It wasn't the best, but it was actually pretty good.
All right, so Hancock was on 73 pitches. What inning was this?
Bottom 6.
Bottom of the 6th. What was the score?
It was a 2-run lead.
He had a couple shaky innings, but he
got out of it with a double play and a Cal Raleigh threw a guy out.
Yeah, I would have kept him in for another half inning. Now you have to understand a lot of these things are determined by metrics, right? The longer you go, the longer you go in
Ground
games,
ball to
metrics will tell
second
you
base.
the
Too
stuff
easy play.
isn't going to be as good. But then there's the eye test, and if it's looking like he's getting out of if he's looking like he's getting out of trouble, and he still has his pitches still look like they're lively, yeah, you keep him in.
Yeah, Dan Wilson didn't do that. He pulled a Scott Service. And then he wasted his entire bullpen.
But the question that I have for you is that really Dan Wilson or is that Jerry Dipoto?
Dan Wilson could say, F you, let me run my team.
Yeah,
and
he could also not have a job either. The crazy thing is, like, this was also a very thing with Jerry with Scott Service as well too. I think that mandate comes from above them, where their starters are early in the season are held to a certain pitch limit, and if they can get through 5 or they get through 6, that's it, regardless of where they are in pitch count.
As we just missed it, that Miles Mastroboni, he just hit into an out, and now it's 2 outs already. And Reese Beast is right. JP Crawford, he's not good. Like, I almost don't even care about his on-base percentage. If he's not getting impactful hits, there's no point. Now we got Jorge Polanco up to the plate. He's got to do something.
The question is he getting on base? Yes or no?
He is.
Okay.
Swing and a miss.
So if he's getting on base, then that's at least that, especially for a 9-hole hitter, that's something that you want. You want to have some ducks on the ponds for the top of the lineup. But that being said, I do agree. I think that JP Crawford peaked 2 years ago.
He did,
and since then it's been a slow decline.
His on base percentage is .375 though. It's almost his career high.
Right, and so that like, I don't care what the batting average says. What I really do care about is his ability to get on base, and if he's getting on base, he's still somewhat doing his job. How's his defense been this year?
Yeah, 50-50.
Spotty.
It's very spotty. As we're at 2-1 for Jorge Polanco, and yet he's still one of the best defensive infielders. 2-1. Here's ground ball right to first base. Ain't gonna do anything, and that's gonna be an easy 1-2-3 inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. And we're going into the bottom of the third, and still no score, no hits.
What is Colt Emerson doing so far this year?
I can be happy to look at that. I think he was.
Yeah.
I don't think he was exactly tearing the lights out.
Just out of curiosity.
Nothing wrong with that. Colt Emerson. I'll even go through the entire team and point out any of the key players, but we got Colt Emerson. He is at 261 with a 382. No home runs, mostly just base hits. Laz Montez is their best hitter. He has 3 home runs, batting .271 with a .410 on base percentage. Ty Pete has hit a home run there and there, but he's only batting .200 with a .241. So I don't think he's being called up anytime soon.
Now, is this an Everett?
This is A+ Everett.
A+ Everett. What is Cole Young doing?
Cole Young is off to a terrible start. And I'll get those numbers up for you in a moment. But yeah, Cole Young, it looked like he was going to be on pace to get to where he needed to be. But Cole Young right now, he's batting .225 with a .353 OBP. That's better than JP Crawford's. Yeah, but a .296 slugging and a .649 OPS.
Yeah, well, that's terrible. But he's hitting 250 with a 353 OBP.
If he was a 400 OBP, then I would be like, yeah, maybe call him up.
Yeah, well, let the season let him get into the season a little bit, but yeah, and the reason why I asked that is it really highlights just the fact that those two guys really aren't that close to the big league level. I know Cole Young was in spring training, but
he didn't have a good spring training.
You have JP on the hook for this year and probably next year. And so that's kind of the timeline, right? But that being said, it's like, you and I talked about this in the offseason as well too, that the reality is that the Mariners need to look at everybody on the diamond, and that includes guys that are Mariner fan favorites. Like I know JP is a fan favorite, but that being said, it's like it's just not good enough.
And now we got
And
Guerrero
they
Jr.
have
the
to,
pitch, low for a ball.
even if that means that some even it means that tickets might spike a little bit, just because you're going to have some fan angst. You have to do what's best for your ball club over fan angst,
marketing,
over losing a fan favorite.
I mean, the only reason why he became a fan favorite was because of his acrobatic play in shortstop in 2019. But we're not in 2019; we're in 2025.
Right. And I think the crazy thing is that that's the Seattle Mariners, right? They will gladly take mediocrity, knowing that they're going to sell tickets because there's a fan favorite. They'll choose money over fielding a good baseball team.
As we're at 3-0 for Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Vladdy Dottie, he likes to potty.
And a 3-0, and that's going to be in there for a strike. Now for Dan Wilson, if his name was Joe Bob, would fans be calling him to get fired? If his name was Joe Bob?
No, because right now the Mariners are like, what, 10-10 right now in the season, so they're at 500. They're winning games, and maybe it's not sexy, but I mean, it's not like they're
3-1,
2-18.
That is a strike. Well, let's see where the Mariners were at in the first 10 last season.
If the Mariners were like 2-18 on the season, yeah, I would probably assume Dan Wilson should at that point be fielding calls for his job.
He's the Mariners are about the same at the first 20 games, as we're at 3-2.
What was the record last year at this point?
10-10. The pitch and ball 4, take your base.
Ball 4, take your base. Take your base. So he gives up a leadoff walk, huh?
Tickets as low as $10 between the Angels and the Mariners, but one problem. I know where those seats are. It's that center field bleacher seats where you can't even see the Jumbotron.
Yeah, who cares?
I do.
You need to see the Jumbotron for you to enjoy your experience at T-Mobile Park. Is that what you're saying?
I love I love it. And here's a liner to left field, and Rosarena makes it. Catch it.
So you're saying that you need the hat trick and you need the hydros?
Yes, I'm competitive in the hat trick. I once had a 17-year streak with the hat trick.
I will tell you that Detroit's hat trick is far and away more harder than it is at T-Mobile Park.
Also, I used to call me Green Boat Casino.
Yeah. By the way, I used to rule at the Mariner hat trick, and when I came to Detroit, I'm like, okay, not a problem. And I was at Comerica Park, and I'm like, 2, and it ended up being 1. I'm like, what? So then, I did it over a course of a couple of games. I was like, oh, okay, so they don't play around here in Comerica. What I will say, though, is I do miss the hydros because, yes, green boat good, red boat for the upset.
Yeah, that's RoofTopSports. I would boo that. And 710 ESPN, I would also boo that.
Yeah, it's red, yellow, green, right?
1-0.
Yeah, usually it's green boat.
For a ball.
Green boat for the win, but red boat does have the upset every once in a while.
As we're at 2-0 for Andres Jimenez.
Now batting number 8, Rowdy Tellez. Who the bleep is that? That's funny.
Pitch. And that is going to be 3-0. And Logan Gilbert's starting to lose his spots.
Yeah, his command really isn't that great right now.
His pitch count is already at 46. So you're going to think that the bullpen's going to get taxed again today.
Yeah.
Except they were not so much taxed yesterday because Brian Wu went 7 innings. So they were able to get the bullpen contained, especially when Dan Wilson wasted his entire bullpen on Thursday. As we're at 3-0, the pitch, and that is a strike this time.
What I will say, though, is that Logan will go 6 today. Yeah, he'll throw a lot of pitches, but chances are pretty good he'll minimize the damage and he'll go 6 and keep this team in the
keep the team in the game, but it's gonna be up to the offense. And a game like this is 3-1.
It's always up to the offense.
And it's going to be a foul ball. And the thing is, we're not at T-Mobile Park, so there's no T-Mobile Park excuse on this one. You're playing at a hitter's park. They're playing at Hitter's Park at Sky Dome. So what's the excuse then? What is is there a Sky Dome batter's eye, or like you said,
Sky
the
Dome.
Lake Erie?
Yeah, the Sky Dome batter's eye. Yeah, the Lake Erie or the Lake Ontario marine layer.
Because we're at 3-2. I hate those excuses so much. And now the 3-2 pitch, and it's a foul ball. And you know that the off season was slow. Like when you have a huge article talking about T-Mobile Park basically victimizing the Mariners, that's when you know the off season was slow because the Mariners were doing nothing. So they had to come up with some outrageous story just to get clicks for the Mariners.
That's when you know your local media is running cover for a really bad baseball team.
3-2. Now here's a grounder, and that's gonna get right through for a base hit. Runner could be going to third base, and he will stay at second base because that's just Vlad Jr.
Yeah, that's when you know. That's when you know the Seattle Times has lost the plot when they're running cover for the Mariners, slurping up whatever information they're giving them. It's the batter's eye. Well, then change the goddamn batter's eye. You know what I mean?
Or make the game start at 7 if that's such a problem.
Right, but also if it's like if you're worried about the marine layer, then play every April game at home with the roof closed. You know what I mean? Do something to change it, right?
What do you think the excuse is this year? The Jumbotron is too bright.
Too bright. That magenta from the T-Mobile is burning my eyes.
Yeah, but the other team, they seem to figure it out sometimes.
Well. Yeah, they seem to do quite well against us.
I mean, but the bottom line is Mariners play better at home anyway. So the T-Mobile Park's kind of a pointless argument anyway.
Yeah, but we always like whenever we talk about this, we always go over like the usual suspects, right? What was the excuse for Edgar, John Olerud, Brett Boone, Mike Cameron? You know,
Robbie Cano, Nelson Cruz,
Robbie Cano, Raul Ibanez, Russell Branyan hit well, Adrian Beltre hit well here. Nelson Cruz, Robbie Cano,
Richie Sexton for 2 years.
Richie Sexton,
01.
It was ish. Kenji Jojima hit well here.
Jose Lopez had a decent run.
Yeah, it's like that is the reality of the situation. It's like I don't buy any of it, considering we have a track record of Mariners that actually performed well here. So I don't buy it. I just think it's a convenient excuse because this team will not build an actual good baseball team.
And that is popped up into second base. Dylan Moore's calling for it, and he makes the catch. Yeah, what about Seth Smith, a no-namer? His best numbers came at T-Mobile Park.
So I do have another question for you, and this is actually a very poignant question. So we know that the Mariners have wasted the primes of Felix Hernandez and Kyle Seager. Okay, the question is, now that Cal Raleigh has extended, do the Mariners waste the prime years of Cal Raleigh?
The Mariners, yes, they will. They'll waste everything. They're probably going to lose Logan Gilbert and George Kirby to free agency, which is why they'll have to trade him, unfortunately, the pitch. Yeah. And that is a foul ball to Alejandro Kirk.
That's funny. The Mariner offense, batter's eye and Marie Layer are the best 1-2 punch in the league. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
is there
a few good years here too? Yeah,
is there a fantasy? Is there like a fantasy baseball team for that? Fantasy baseball player for that. The Marine Layer against the Mariners.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. That's the fantasy baseball league called the Marine Layer League.
Mine's called. I don't even know what my league name is called. It's a league of 12 so far.
Alejandro.
And did he go? He did not. But this is a very critical game for the Mariners to win because you don't want to lose the series going into Boston. You just don't. Reese Beast thinks that they keep Gilbert, trade Castillo, and Kirby. Well, we had an opportunity to get rid of Castillo, the pitch, outside for a ball.
And you know how I feel about Dipoto. I want him gone. And,
Dipoto is nothing more than a narcissist that will that deflects blame on everything else and plays the victim.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of funny. It's like if you think this is a good team, if you think this is a good team and offense that's good enough to win a World Series, I'm sorry, sir. You have no idea what talent actually looks like.
It's almost like you'd rather have the 2006 Mariners offense than this offense with this starting rotation and bullpen.
Can you imagine the 2010 offense with this pitching staff? That's what it kind of feels like a little bit.
They'd be the worst team in baseball in history.
Yeah.
The 2-2. And inside, did that get him? No, it did not.
They'd be the 1992 Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, they had the third best defense in all the NFL, but they had literally no offense. And actually, Alejandro Kirk, they're questioning whether that went through, if he got hit, or did he? It looks like they're doing a review call.
Yes, they could have got Tristan Casas back.
I heard Casas is not having a good start to the season, though.
Yeah, but we also would have got Yoshida as well.
Yoshida would have been helpful. And looks like they're reviewing the call, and Kirk may be loaded the bases because it may have hit him. And I wonder if
Logan Gilbert's in a little bit of trouble here.
Looks like it's a full count, 3-2. Are they reviewing the call? Looks like they're reviewing it. They're trying to see if the ball hit him first.
Oh, it did. It hit him right on the forearm.
I think that's going to be bases loaded.
Yeah, a little running two-seamer in on the hands, and it got him right on the red.
Yep, it's all about the red. And yep, that was a very easy call, and they're going to put Kirk on first base, and that means the bases are loaded.
Bases are full of Blue Jays.
Bases loaded, but there is 2 outs, but you got to find a way to get yourself out of it.
Guarantee you Gilbert's going 6.
I'm going to say 6. He will not go 7 based on the pace of this game.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not going 7, but he's like, would it surprise me if Gilbert came back for a couple 1, 2, 3 innings? No.
I mean, this game already has me thinking of Boston. Like, the crazy thing is I'm not even being able to cover the 3 games because of Don't Quit Your Day Job. So there's a blessing in disguise for that. So I don't have to see them get tortured. I just don't see I only see a 1 out of 3 in that series at best. I don't see a 2 of 3 of that. Even if they were the worst team in baseball, I'm still saying 2 out of 3.
I think depending on how that first game plays out will tell you everything. And if they get battered and it's like a 7-run shellacking by the Red Sox, yeah, we're probably getting swept.
It's going to be Bryce Miller, Brian Wu, and Emerson Hancock, the 0-1. And that almost gets away. Like, Emerson Hancock may have saved his regular season, at least for April, with his performance against Cincinnati. Because it was very opposite of what happened against Detroit.
I think Reese Beese is right. I think he's absolutely right. That would be a very Mariners thing to do. Lose the series and then,
win the series against Boston. As we're at 1-1, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Now you're just 1 strike away from ending this inning to get out of a bases-loaded jam.
Yeah, Boston's had a pretty decent start to the season.
Yeah, Boston's up there.
11-10.
Especially helps when you have Alex Bregman, who the Mariners, I was begging them to sign.
Nah,
and the 1-2. Swing and a miss at the dirt, strike 3. And that's going to retire the side. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Get out of the jam, but Mariners have got to score.
Yep, they do. Logan needs a couple runs just to calm himself down.
Yeah, because right now he's pitching up against no run support.
None.
And you can't blame anything of it on Logan Gilbert at all.
So you don't think in the 5 years that Cal Raleigh has been extended, not one of those 5 years the Mariners will see the playoffs?
I can't see it because the way the Mariners construct their team and the way Jerry Dipoto plays Moneyball every single year, like, he thinks he's Billy Beane of the future when he isn't.
I don't think he's playing Moneyball. I think he's playing no ball. Because at least with Billy Beane, you actually had attractive players that came in. The funny thing about it is, it's like he would take a flyer on a dude like David Justice. You know what I mean? He would actually bring up young prospects, even if they weren't necessarily ready. Guys like Eric Chavez, guys like Miguel Tejada, guys that come through the pipeline. And yeah, he had to let some guys go, but that team was always being rebuilt with youth. And they would take flyers on veterans that maybe other teams have discarded. What was it? The Chad Bradfords of the world that that potentially never were supposed to have a career, found homes in Oakland, and it's like they're not even really doing that. It seems like what Dipoto is doing with this bullpen is like putting it together with duct tape and glue. It's like, oh, there's a new DFA candidate on the market. Oh, okay, let's go get him. Because he throws like a slider.
But the whole thing of Chad Bradford and with that movie is very dishonest, because in 2001 he actually had an even better season with a 2.70 ERA.
Right.
So everything and the whole Peter Brand thing's not even real, because it's actually Paul De Podesta. He was actually with the organization since 1999, and the movie didn't even talk about the fact that they had a starting rotation. And the real replacement for Jason Isringhausen was actually Billy Koch. So they didn't even talk about that.
Right, of course, because the movie itself was just made for, it was just dramatized and made for entertainment. But if you read the book Moneyball.
And here's a ground ball diving stop by second baseman, loses the ball, and it's actually not in time. And Cal Raleigh gets on first base on an infield base hit. And the Mariners actually have a runner on first base.
Yeah, let me show you real quick.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The movie was absolutely beautifully made. You have the book. I actually read the book myself. Like, even the book admitted that everything that Billy Beane's doing may not even work.
Well, it was never really tried. Billy Beane pivoted because he knew that he was a general manager of a club that was never going to spend, so he had to figure out a way to win with inside his means. And and he was the guy that revolutionized player development. Like, if you really want to get down to it, that dude always reloaded with youth. And back in those days, they had an emphasis on the A's had an emphasis on winning in the minor leagues, because they wanted their prospects to know what it felt like was winning before they got to the big leagues. And a lot of those guys played together.
As we're at 0-1 for Randy Arozarena. And now the pitch. And that is going to be a strike inside. That's going to be 1-2. And also it helps when, A's are able to draft well. My favorite scene in that movie was two of them. There was he gets on base, and the other one was, I ain't going to fire you, Grady. F you. Now I will. Good luck, Art. The 1-2. And the movie did Art Howell real dirty, because they really did not get it right without Art Howell. No disrespect to the actor, by the way, and rest in peace. He unfortunately isn't there anymore.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, yeah.
But actually, in real life, the pitch.
In real life, Billy Beane and Art Howell were pretty close.
Like, they were actually good friends.
Yeah, they were good friends.
So the movie kind of,
didn't depict it correctly.
Yeah, and the whole Carlos Pena thing, that was kind of blown up in the way that, and Scott Hatterberg was getting regular playing time. So
yeah, he was. That was the funny thing.
We're looking at 2-2, and now the pitch. And now here's a blooper to center field, but that's going to be caught.
You're with this. You agree with this, 100%.
Yeah, and what about
you're killing this team?
And the whole Carlos Pena thing, he wasn't even having a good season, but the movie made it sound like he was already an all-star. It's like, no. So the movie didn't get it right on everything. It was a great crafted movie. It was a beautiful movie, but wasn't 100% accurate. As we got Luke Raley up to the plate. We got one out already. It feels like already, because Mariners offense isn't doing worth of a poop. And now the pitch. And that is outside for a ball.
But a boyfriend, you know that I love you, boy. Hot like Mexico.
We're at 1-0. And that is outside for a ball again, 2-0. Luke Raley's actually ahead of the count. On base percentage is actually 300, considering his 176 batting average. You would think that's going to get any better. The 2-0. And that is going to be up high for ball 3, 3-0.
They're
on deck is going to be Rowdy Tellez.
They're showing Julio and Rosarina together in the dugout. Julio looks displeased not to be playing today. And it's like,
well, wah.
Well, you suck.
3-0. And that's going to be a strike. And that was actually his pitch to hit.
So do you like Randy Rosarina's blonde lettuce, or do you like Julio Rodriguez, his chains that he wears? Which do you prefer, the chain look or the blonde do?
Blonde do. 3-1. Because if it's chains, you're just showing off all your shit.
Don't you think you're also peacocking as well too with the blonde lettuce? Because I also think it's equally as ridiculous.
Both of them are extremely ridiculous, as we have runners on first and second.
But that's the Latin. That's totally a rich Latin American baseball player look, though. The blonde lettuce.
Maybe that's why, unfortunately, Dominican Republic has problems winning, because they're all about the flashness rather than trying to win a baseball game. But they have like the most talent.
Oh, do you know who's in the dugout today?
Who?
Edgar Martinez.
Maybe, he actually traveled with the team.
Maybe Edgar needs to step into the batter's box here. I bet you Edgar at 53 or 55 or wherever old he is right now still can actually hit a fastball.
Oh, man, the fact we have to say that.
Rowdy Tellez.
Rowdy Tellez is at 0-1 the pitch, and that's a foul ball, and that is strike 2 already.
God, he sucks. Batting a .32, baby.
And don't let that home run fool you, because he had a lucky home run, but I'm going to say that was a lucky home run.
With a 502 OPS, dude. It's like, what are you doing, Rowdy?
Yeah, where's that Tyler Locklear guy?
Do you know
0-2. Foul ball again.
The last time we tried this was with Dan Vogelbach, and it didn't work out all that well.
Rowdy Tellez doesn't really have a hot zone at all. It's pretty bad. His strike zones are really bad.
At least Mike Ford was competent in the batter's box.
Pitch. Oh my God! Swing and a miss, and it nearly hit the dirt. Strike 3, and he still swung at it.
And Mike Ford wasn't good. Let's make no mistake, he wasn't great, but at least he was competent enough in the batter's box.
And when he hit a home run, it was like, holy shit! He actually hit that out of there.
Yeah, and what's funny is he brings shame to the number 23 in a Mariner uniform. The great number 23s.
Yeah. It belonged to Tino Martinez.
What a terrible pitch to swing at. Mike Ford was not clutch, dude.
You would have rather had Carlos Santana. We all know that.
Yeah. Carlos Santana made more sense for this team than anybody else. And I still absolutely cannot stand that they let him go after 2022.
And the fact that they couldn't even sign him back on the team because Carlos Santana, the money didn't even attract him because he knew that the culture was garbage.
When somebody chooses Cleveland over Seattle,
you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, something's amiss, man. Something's amiss.
Do you want to know what Cleveland? The crazy thing about Cleveland is they had the John Elway drive and the whole balloon disaster happened within a few months of each other. That's Cleveland for you.
Yeah, you know what? But Cleveland's culture, it's a good place
up, and Vlad Jr. is actually going to be there, and he makes the catch, and that's going to retire the side, and we're going into
put 2 on. Can't do anything with them.
No, they can't do a damn thing about it, and it makes me so frustrated. I'm going to go eat another snack. We got an extra large pizza for delivery. While he makes that pizza, what's up baseball fans and pizza lovers? In celebration of the start of the baseball season, we've got a home run of a deal for you.
we're offering 50% off all menu items on Mondays and Tuesdays and 25% off bowling. Don't strike out on this amazing deal. Check out our menu in the description of this video and start ordering now. Delivery is also welcome. This offer goes through April.
Yeah, Mariner fans, use the promotion code RoofTopSports to get your $20 off your purchase, which actually is going to come in handy because of the price gouging Major League Baseball teams and NFL teams and NBA teams use to absolutely drive up the prices. So getting $20 off doesn't seem like much, but it does help. But I will say this: for bang for your buck, using the promotion code for minor league sports, especially for the Tacoma Rainiers and a team like the Everett Aqua Sox, you're essentially getting into the game for free. It's definitely worth using that promo code. So type in Rooftop Sports with SeatGeek and get your $20 off right now. So while Rooftop is enjoying pizza on camera, which actually looks pretty good, this has been kind of dreadful. I gotta be the first one to admit that I do enjoy.
It looks like Barrios and Cal Raleigh actually got into it with each other, and Vlad actually threw his glove, and there was some kind of altercation going on.
Yeah, and while I do enjoy coming on these streams from time to time, it would be nice to see a complete baseball game. You know, I'm not necessarily asking much. I'm not asking for I am asking for a World Series, but what I am asking, it's baby steps, right? Small steps forward and play a complete 9 innings. That would be great to see. I don't know about you, Rooftop, but this going to 6 innings with only 1 hit.
I saw a decent game, 2 decent games out of Texas Rangers series, so there's that.
Oh, Parker Henderson saying Cal was giving the signs to the hitters. Oh. Well, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, everyone cheats. Everyone cheats.
Everyone cheats.
Okay, how about this? There was a kid in high school who openly admitted that he would drink all the time, but then when it came to tests, he would ace them all. Was he cheating or was he just weird? And he was like disruptive in class all the time. He was that kind of guy. So he was
disruptive in class and he was an open drinker. But yet, when it came to the tests, he always aced them. Well, I would probably say that he figured out a way to get over. So
you think it was legitimate?
I don't think it was legitimate. I think he was cheating.
Yeah, he had to.
Yeah, had to.
I wish he was actually one of my bullies in high school, and I wish if I heard him say, "Hey," I would have screamed, "Cheater!" If I had no.
What's his name?
I'm not gonna go that far. His name was Dave. How's that?
There you go. So Dave, fuck you, Dave. You bully.
Yeah. If I knew Muay Thai, I would have screamed it out. But I didn't. That was the problem. He was kind of a bigger guy than me too.
Do you know Muay Thai now?
Well, yeah.
Well, there you go. You're good then. You're good. You can put him in an RNC or get him in a triangle. It's all good.
We got Clement up to play 0-1, and he was also one of the popular kids too.
Maybe in an anaconda choke or a necktie.
The 0-1 swing and a miss, strike 2.
Was Cal stealing signs? Maybe.
So we're at 0-2.
I say yes. You gotta give yourself a little bit of
0-2. So it's a check swing, does not go.
But put Dave in the batter's box for Seattle. Yeah. Fuck you, Dave. Here's 90-mile-an-hour chili peppers up your ass.
So we're at 0-2.
Nice pitch right there
for the Clement, or 1-2. And the pitch. And check swing, he did not go. Obviously not. And Logan
Dan Wilson looks depressed, man.
I would. I'm depressed. Just watching. I mean, can I really?
The look on his face is just like, good God, what have I got myself into?
The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, down he goes.
Here's the real question for you. Mm-hmm. Hypothetically, here's the hypothetical. Let's say that Dan Wilson does a great job and the Mariners do find a way into the playoffs. And let's say that he's voted manager of the year. Hypothetically speaking. And then the next year, the Mariners find their way back in the playoffs again, and some teams start calling for Dan Wilson to come be their manager. Do you think Dan bolts for greener pastures, for better pastures, knowing that this might have been the apex of, or do you think, or do you like? I mean, do you think Dan Wilson's
will
bounce for a better gig?
Dan Wilson will get an extension if the Mariners are a game above 500 by the end of this half. That's my prediction.
No, you think he stays, huh?
I think he stays.
You don't think he'll bolt for better pastures? I don't know.
No, I don't think he'll bolt. He doesn't seem like the bolting guy. He's a Seattle guy. The 0-2, despite the fact he wasn't born in Seattle, of course, but he's been living in Seattle most of his life.
True. I'm just saying. I'm just asking the question. Like, I don't see there being any reason to be associated with this team under Jerry Dipoto.
We're at 1-2 for the straw, and now the pitch, and that's gonna be a foul ball. What's more likely, trading Julio or making the
playoffs?
Yeah, because Julio's locked into a very insane contract.
Yeah, Julio's not going anywhere for a while. Like, it won't be until like year 9 that they finally give up on him. They'll give him as much run as they possibly can. They'll milk that face of the franchise
1-2
forever.
Outside for a ball.
So yeah, likelihood would be making the playoffs. Would be first before they ever consider trading it, unless the team just emptied out the clip to get Julio. You know what I mean? Gave the Mariners like 5 top prospects and like 3 really good major league players.
2-2. Swing and a miss again, strike 3, and that's going to be 2 outs. Look like Logan Gilbert is settling down this time. That should be strikeout number 6.
That's great, Reese. That's funny. Julio for 3.
That's a good one.
That would be the question, though, right? If somebody just emptied the clip and just overpaid for Julio, would the Mariners do it?
Yeah, if the Mariners suck, then sure.
Well, I mean, if it like literally made the Mariners a better team, 100%, I would do it.
Just like how much I was a huge proponent of the Edwin Diaz trade to get Jared Kelenic. Like, I was all on board for that. I think all of us were. And I would still do that trade again.
Yeah, well, you figure out a way to somebody to take Robbie Cano off your hands. Yeah, the Mavs would do it. Yeah, that's a little different, but yeah, that's pretty good though, because they trade home dude to the Lakers. Yeah,
they traded Doncic because they were quote concerned about his weight, and they thought he was going to sign a contract. If Mark Cuban was the owner, he would have axed that trade in a second.
What's funny is that they traded for a guy whose nickname is Street Clothes, because he's always in street clothes because he's never healthy. He's always injured. Anthony Davis. They traded. That's his nickname. His nickname is Street Clothes.
We're at 2-1 for Logan Gilbert. And now the pitch. And that's going to be a foul ball. Hey, you know who was always in street clothes? Allen Iverson.
Oh, yeah.
He refused to wear a suit and tie. He still does refuse. And that guy has lost everything, unfortunately. The only thing that's happened, he still has that Adidas contract, but that's it.
That dude's money. I'm concerned about Julio's commitment. Are you concerned about Julio's commitment?
I'm concerned he does not commit to his fundamentals. He does not work on his fundamentals.
I don't think he's not committed to the Mariners because he wouldn't have signed a contract if he wasn't. What I would say is that I think that he's comfortable being a major leaguer, and I don't think he's doing the little things to make himself a better
pitch.
ball player.
And that's going to be ball 4, take your base as Bo Bichette gets on base.
Now,
who do you think was better overall player, Dante Bichette or Bo Bichette?
Well, right now the body of work suggests his pop, but Dante had a better body of work as of right now. Now that changes if Bo Bichette goes to a legit team where he can just have fun and play ball and he puts up numbers. But I would probably say that right now Dante is the better Bichette of the two.
Of course, you can't really debate between Vlad Guerrero and Vlad Guerrero Jr. It's obviously Vlad Guerrero Sr. No
Oh, it's
question.
it's Vladdy Sr.
Not even close. Like he was one of the best players in baseball. He could have been the best player in baseball at one point. The pitch to Guerrero, and the runner went, and that was Bo Bichette with a stolen base. Got an easy one, but it is strike one for Guerrero.
Who was the better player, Mariano Rivera or Trevor Hoffman?
I'll take the Mo.
Both Hall of Famers.
Mo.
Okay.
He had more killer instinct.
Ken Griffey Jr. or Barry Bonds?
I'm going to say Barry Bonds because Barry Bonds took care of his body at least.
All right.
If Junior was healthy, then it would have been Junior. The pitch to Guerrero outside for a ball.
From 1989. Now, here's the weird part, right? From 1989 to 1999, you would probably say Junior just by hair. But then again, Bonds had, what, 4 MVPs in 5 years?
The pitch?
In the National League?
Swing and a miss, strike two. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. And it's like, I think Junior had the better power early. I think Bonds was the better. I don't know. Like, that's a tough one.
Bonds had the longevity.
Yeah. Bonds had the steroids there. Yeah, and Junior's body just broke. Yeah, Junior's
swing and a miss, strike three. 3 strikeouts in a row for Logan Gilbert to end this inning. And we go to the top of the 5th. Great inning by Logan Gilbert, but it's your move, Mariners. Get a freaking run.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, like, as soon as he went to Cincinnati, his body broke down.
He also had a bad dietary habit. Didn't really work out. It kind of showed like his balloon. You kind of saw it.
By the time he got to by the time he got to Chicago, 100%. Because Junior had that comeback. Junior also, I think it was in 2004,
2005. He had a 35 home run season.
Yeah,
2006 he was okay. 2007 he was fat, but he was still hitting 30 home runs.
Right, but it was 2005. He had the MLB's Comeback Player of the Year.
I guess so. He had 35 homers.
He had 35. So who was the better player? Omar Vizquel or J.P. Crawford?
Omar can still bat.
Omar.
It's not even close.
You're right. So let's see. Dan Wilson or Cal Raleigh?
Cal Raleigh. Sorry, Danny boy. Like I said Dan Wilson like last year, but then when I saw more out of Cal Raleigh, but Dan Wilson still has the glove. You're still taking Danny boy.
Yeah. Because the only thing Cal has on Dan Wilson is power. That is it. That is all. Dan was the better defender. Dan handled his pitching staff a lot better. Worked with his starters between starts. And I also thought he was I also think he was the better defender. I think he had the better
Dan
arm.
Wilson is the better defender and the better arm, more accurate arm. And I guess Dan Wilson had better contact than Cal Raleigh.
Right. Because Dan Wilson can at least hit for 270. Now he's only going to hit like maybe 8 home runs a year, right? Cal's going to hit you 30. So I guess it all depends on what you prioritize. Do you prioritize the dingers or do you prioritize the complete player, Dan Wilson?
Well, Dan Wilson's situation was different. Kind of helps. That's not no discount on him. Oh, looks like we are back from the break. We got Ben Williamson, and now the pitch, and that is low for a ball. As much as no discredit to Dan Wilson, it also kind of helps when he had Junior, he had Edgar, he had A-Rod, he had a lot of protection.
He was not asked to carry it.
Now here's a liner to left field, and that's gonna get off of the glove. And Ben Williams is going to get to second base, and that might either be an error or that could be a double. Let's see they're going to count it as.
Let's see if it was catchable.
I thought it was catchable.
Then it's most likely going to be an error. Here's one for you. Ivan Rodriguez.
Yes.
Or Carlton Fisk.
I thought you were going to say like Mike Piazza. I'll give it no Yvonne because he had the freaking glove.
He also had an amazing bat. Ivan Rodriguez or Mike Piazza.
Still Pudge.
I'm taking Pudge too.
Mike Piazza had the bat, sure, but he didn't really have as much as a glove as Yvonne did.
No.
I thought Piazza, correct me if I'm wrong, he was a slightly below average catcher as a defender.
Yogi Berra or Johnny
Here's JP
Bench.
Crawford and JP. Did I say Johnny Crawford? JP Crawford. And they actually counted that. They actually counted that as a hit.
Oh, there you go.
So Ben
Williamson.
Johnny. Isn't his name John anyway?
I'm going to start calling him Johnny now.
Well, is his name John anyway?
I don't think it is.
I'll check.
I thought it was.
It is John. It is John. John Paul Crawford. The pitch to Johnny, and that is outside for a ball. Oh wait. So what was it again? It was who?
Yogi Berra.
Or
Johnny Bench.
Oh, that's hard. That's really hard. I mean, you got Yogi Berra, who had a lot of protection, as we got a 3-0 count on JP Crawford, but at the same time, Johnny Bench carried that Reds team.
Well, he was one of the big focal points of the Big Red Machine, but it's got to be Yogi Berra. He won an MVP at least, and I think he's got a couple rings too. Same thing with Johnny Bench. Yeah, he's got a couple rings too.
2, 75 and 76, one against the Yankees.
I think I'm leaning in the Yogi Berra department.
I wanted to say Johnny Bench, but it's hard. You can't. The 3-1.
Here's
ball 4. Take your base. Now, JP Crawford may have not gotten the hit, but what did he do?
Got on base.
He got on base. And now we got runners in first and second, still in that double play territory, though, or maybe even triple play. Next up is going to be Miles Mastrobuoni. If he can just get it in the gap anywhere, that can easily score in Ben Williamson.
Jeff Bagwell or Mark McGuire.
The pitch now. We got a bunting attempt. I like it. It's a beauty. Throw to first, and that is just in time. But we got runners on second and third. Good sacrifice bunt by Miles Mastrobuoni. And I think my point is validated that I was kind of calling for. I was like, maybe we should give Miles Mastrobuoni a chance to be a leadoff hitter because it was a great bunt. And that could have gone either way.
And that's what you want to do with 2 on, nobody out, is you want to put you want to make sure you set the table. And also with Mastrobuoni's speed, he also could have beaten it out as well too. But now you have
Jorge
the luxury.
Polanco.
Yeah, now you have the luxury, right? So do you want to take the bat out of Polanco's hands? Well, now you're dealing with Cal Raleigh. So Toronto's in a situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's the whole, that's what you want to be in if you're the Mariners.
They're going with the fact that Barrios buries Jorge Polanco typically, so they're going to still pitch the ball to him. So I guess they're looking at those metrics as we're at 0-1 for Jorge Polanco, and this is a really big chance. I don't think we have time for debates on this. The pitch. Now here's a ground ball. That's going to be out. I don't think that moved anyone at all because that just went way too fast. And now it's going to be 2 outs. That kept Ben Williamson at third base. I mean, he had a really good exit velocity.
So it looks like that might have been a changeup on the first pitch right on the outside corner of the plate for strike 1. And let's just see this little rocket here. I'm 1 pitch behind you here.
We just have to hope that Cal Raleigh can actually do something. It looks like we got time up to the plate. And yep, the last time Cal Raleigh and Jose Barrios were kind of together, Jose Barrios was trash talking with Cal Raleigh because of the whole sign stealing accusation, which is why the bench is. I think the bench is cleared, but they had to be some restraints.
Here's the question: does Cal Raleigh eat one in the back to load the bases for Rosarina?
No, I think he's going to try to be the hero of the pitch. He's looking at the fact that he hit a home run in Toronto in the 2022 playoffs. That is exactly, I think, what he's thinking of right now. So he wants this moment. I don't think he wants to step back. I think he wants to get some kind of a big hit with that torpedo bat of his and the 1-0. Now here's a fly ball to right field, And that is going to be, is that a foul ball? No, I think that's actually a base hit and got a runner to score. I think that was 2 runners in, and Cal Raleigh actually drove in 2 runs and to give the Mariners the lead 2-1.
Let's see it.
2
Come
RBI
on, Cal.
double. Mariners now have the big lead, and I did say it. I said that he wanted the moment.
Yeah, fastball right at the bottom of the strike zone, right down into the corner. And that definitely scores too. So the Mariners very clutch piece of hitting by Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh does it, especially he's a Canadian killer. Especially in Sky Dome. He loves to hit at the Sky Dome.
Hated to love it, the underdog's on top. And he's going to shine homie until his heart stops. Go ahead and envy me. He's the M's MVP.
Oh, no. I think they're having a debate on whether that was a fair ball or a foul ball. I think there's going to be a challenge call on this.
And it is...
We don't know yet.
I'm looking at the replay right now. Ooh, that's right. It looks like it's right off the line. That's a fair ball.
It is a fair ball. Toronto loses the challenge.
Yep, Toronto loses the challenge.
Yeah, that hits right off the line.
Yep, and...
That's a fair ball.
I don't know. Well, with Randy Arozarena up, maybe... No, I think we can still continue this without the pitching, without the debates. That was a really fun game. I want to kind of do pitchers and maybe old Mariners stuff back then. Like, it's kind of fun to do those. Maybe that could be the game of our commercials as we do debates on who's better.
Prime Randy Johnson with the Mariners or prime Pedro Martinez with the Red Sox?
I hate to say it, but Pedro.
Pedro.
It has to be.
You know what?
95 Randy Johnson or 2000 Pedro? That's a tough one, isn't it?
So if you're asking me 99 Pedro, because there was a difference between 99 and 2000. I think
1-1.
99 Pedro, prime Pedro. Versus 95 Randy Johnson, who was virtually unhittable. I'm taking 95 Randy.
I'm taking 95 Randy.
Over
but
2000.
if it was 2000, I'm taking Pedro.
I think Pedro's prime.
Whoa. Randy Arozarena not only swung at the dirt, but it literally was way outside it. Yeah, I struck out, man. Look at that. That was a cool strikeout. But yeah, Ben Williamson had the big double, so that was very critical. Let's see other players that we can think of. Prime Alex Rodriguez or prime Ken Griffey Jr.?
Prime A-Rod.
Or probably prime A-Rod.
Prime A-Rod. Prime, here we go. So here we go.
Oh, 92 Edgar Martinez or we're talking Edgar. No, but if we say I was gonna say Kyle Seager, but we're all gonna say Kyle Seager over prime Edgar Martinez as a
no. You gotta say prime Edgar Martinez versus prime Frank Thomas.
Edgar Martinez.
He
had more consistency.
Mariners Tino Martinez. 95
Ooh.
Tino Martinez.
Yes.
Versus 97 Jim Thome.
I was hoping you said like 2001 John Olerud. Well, we should do that next, but
yeah.
Tino because he was clutch.
Okay.
95 Tino or 2001 John Olerud?
John Olerud.
I'm going to go Tino because he, again, the clutch bat.
I think Johnny O in 2001 was the most complete hitter next to Edgar Martinez the Mariners have ever had.
Even better than 93 John Olerud? Was he better than that? Because
No. Like Toronto Blue Jay John Olerud actually was hitting 35 bombs.
He had 35. He had 24 bombs at most.
Okay, well, whatever. He still had the power element in Toronto. Had a lot to do with the Sky Dome. How about this one? 95 Jay Buhner. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
versus 97 Manny Ramirez. I think that was Manran's last year in Cleveland.
Manny's last year was in 2000. I'm
Okay,
still gonna give it. I'll take Manny. I'd rather have Manny. Sorry, Jay Buhner, but Manny had kind of everything else. The pitch, and that is a strike. As Logan Gilbert's still staying on, they have a 2-1 lead. And if you do put money on the Blue Jays, they are actually the underdog right now. But it's only a plus 150.
1995 Mike Blowers.
As we got a pop up and fouled.
Or 1997 Matt Williams.
Matt Williams.
You
can't do that. Oh, 2001 Brett Boone.
Ooh.
Or 2016 Robbie Cano.
Brett Boone.
02.
How about this one? Okay.
That's a ball 1 and 2. Yeah.
2001 Brett Boone.
Uh-huh.
Or prime Robbie Alomar.
Give me Robbie.
Although I kind of like Brett. I think Brett.
But the glove makes it very tempting. Because
Brett himself was a pretty terrific defender himself in his own right.
He's one of the best defensive deep second basemen I've ever seen. Now here's a pop-up, and that is fouled.
If you actually got me, see, here's the thing. I think Robbie Alomar was one of the greatest second basemen of all time. But if you gave me 5 years of Brett Boone 2001, you gave me 5 years of it over Robbie Alomar's best 5-year stretch, I probably would take Brett Boone.
That's fair.
Yeah.
As we're at 1 and 2 for Anthony Santander.
Didn't Robbie Alomar spit on an umpire's face? Yeah, he did.
Probably. 1-2. Carl Everett butt-headed an umpire. And he also believed that dinosaurs don't exist.
Jeff Bagwell or Mark McGuire?
The Big Mac.
Jeff Bagwell or Todd Helton?
Todd.
Yeah, for sure.
As we're at 2 and 2 on the Santander. No outs so far, but Logan's getting taxed quite a bit. And I think this could be his last inning. The pitch. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's another strikeout for Logan Gilbert, as he is quietly having himself quite of a gem. His pitch count is up there, though. So I still think my prediction is this. If it's an easy 1-2-3 and he's below 100 somehow, I think he gets one more inning. But if he goes above 90, like it's like well in the late 90s, I think he's pulled. Because bullpen got plenty of rest yesterday. So I think it's going to be kind of a semi-bullpen day after this. The pitch to Jimenez. And that is a strike.
Prime Matt Brash.
23 Matt Brash. Okay.
Prime Matt Brash versus. Let me think of a good one here.
You think of that. Now we got an
versus. I got one.
Now here's a liner, and that is going to be a base hit to right center field. And now you got Jimenez at first base. And now you still have a double play opportunity, but you have a runner on first base.
So prime Matt Brash versus prime JJ Blitz.
I'm still doing JJ. JJ 06, JJ 06, 07 was unreal.
Yeah. Matt Brash or everyday Eddie Guardado?
Matt Brash.
I'll take Guardado, Minnesota Twins. Or
maybe Guardado. 2005 Eddie Guardado. Maybe. 2005 Eddie Guardado was literally one of the highlights of the 2005 team.
Oh, I got one for you. Okay.
With George Springer up to the plate. Not yet, as we got 1-0. And now the pitch. And that is a ball and throw to second. Not even close. And now the Mariners lose that double play opportunity.
Brian Wu versus Prime Gilmesh. 2005 Gilmesh, where you didn't miss a start. 2003 didn't miss a start.
Woo, because of the upside.
I just might take Gilmesh. That dude was a bulldog.
Yeah,
That
he
dude
was.
He was a bulldog.
2-0 pitch. And that's going to be popped up and fouled as we're at 2-1.
Brian Wu or prime Mariner Joel Pinheiro?
Brian Wu. I thought Joel was overrated. I didn't like Joel that much.
Okay.
As we're at 2-1. And now the
Logan.
no. Also for Joel Pinheiro, it kind of helps when you had an entire outfield covered. He had an entire outfield covered for him, and he had an amazing defense.
Here's a good one. Okay. Here's a good.
And now the 2-1 pitch, and that misses it for a ball, 3-1. And you know what? I'm okay taking the bat away from George Springer because after that, who do the Blue Jays have? They have Alejandro Kirk, who's not even a good hitter. I would just take the pitch away from him. Don't even pitch the strike.
Second
and now the
half
3-1. And a swing and a miss, strike 2. What?
Second half of the 2022 season, Luis Castillo or Freddie Garcia of 2001?
La Piedra.
I'm taking the Chief.
The Chief. The Chief.
The big Chief.
The Chief.
I'm trying to think. Like, can I say?
We're at 3-2 right now. Hold on, we're at 3-2, and now the 3-2 pitch, and that is a foul ball.
Can I say George Kirby? Versus regular season 2001 Aaron Seeley.
George Kirby all freaking day. Do not give me Aaron Seeley because once you get to the playoffs...
Yeah. That's why I said, whoa. I just said regular season Aaron Seeley. I think he won like 18 games. And
15-5 and a 17-10. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. A clutch strikeout by Logan Gilbert. And now that leads to Alejandro Kirk. No, I'm still taking George Kirby over Aaron Seeley. I didn't think Aaron Seeley was that great.
Okay.
Give me something with Jeff Fassero because he's my favorite 90s starter, not named Randy Johnson.
And I'm trying to think of a good.
Dan Wilson is coming out having a chatter with Logan. Is he going to pull him out? No, I would still continue. Let him get. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, woo. Dan Wilson said let him pitch.
I got it for you. Okay, this is prime. All right, I got a good one. Okay, so let me pull this up real quick just so I have the double check here.
We got 2 outs for Alejandro Kirk. Blue Jays hitters without a strikeout today is Bo Bichette and Andreas Jimenez. So Guerrero had a strikeout today. And now the pitch to Alejandro Kirk, and that's going to be low for a ball.
Here we go. Let's pull him up real quick.
Batter strikeout rate for the Blue Jays is 18%, third in the league.
All right. So would you take Jared Washburn?
Oh, God.
Okay, Jared Washburn.
1-0. And check swing, did he go? He did go. Okay, Jared Washburn. What year?
2009.
Ooh, okay.
9-9 with a 3.78 ERA, which was his best year in a Mariner uniform. Some people will say 2007, but it was really 2009.
It was 2009.
Before he
traded
gets
to
traded.
Detroit. And it's a foul ball, strike 2.
Or Jeff Fassero.
Jeff Fassero.
Okay.
Because Fassero.
Jeff Fassero, not Jeff Fassero. Jared Washburn or his battery mate, Doug Fister.
Doug Fister should have never been traded. And they got almost nothing. They almost got nothing out of him. They only got Charlie Furbush, and I was like, nope, give me Doug Fister. The 1-2. Now here's a liner to left field, and that's going to be a base hit, and that is going to score in the run, and the Mariners have lost the lead And Alejandro Kirk has tied the game for the Blue Jays.
Alejandro.
Oh boy.
How about Andreas Munoz or the bartender?
Mooney. I never liked
Andreas-
bartender.
Wilhelmsen, right? Or Andreas Munoz or JJ Putz.
JJ.
So JJ Putz or Kazuhiro Sasaki.
Hold that thought. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Dan Wilson has pulled Logan Gilbert.
Yeah. You had to.
Yeah, he had to. Now with a hindsight, actually without a hindsight, because I was for letting Logan Gilbert pitch to Alejandro Kirk because there's no way we could have known that Alejandro Kirk was going to do that because he's not even a good hitter. So I think it was the correct move. That was all on Gilbert on the ability to get him out.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing is you want to give him the respect as a starter because he is your de facto ace. So you have more faith in him of getting out of a jam than not. It's just Alejandro, like that ball was down. Kirk put a good bat to ball.
It was just lucky. Again, it was a damn lucky hit.
Yeah. It was the exact same thing as the first run of the game where home dude Santana reaches down and just pokes one into right field. So I understand. Like that's the thing. It's like you want to give him the respect. You're going to let him pitch it. Okay, fine, tie ball game. But now you're at that brink where you're going to have to pull him. So it's totally understandable. I think Dan Wilson handled this. Dan Wilson actually handled this correctly.
Yeah, I will still say it was the correct decision. Like, again, it was just on Logan on the ability to get him out, and Kirk just got too lucky because he's been very lucky this series because he's generally not a good hitter. Now going back to the debate.
Yeah, I mean,
Sasaki.
Reese Beast is right. He should have went fastball up instead of split down. But yeah, you're right. So JJ Putz or Kazuhiro Sasaki.
Because if I want to say Kazu because he had the thing,
the Diamond Bean,
but at the same time he also had a lot of choke jobs too. Like he had some very notable blown saves.
Yeah, but in 2001 that dude was unhittable.
Kazu.
I got one for you, sir. Okay.
As we got Colin Snyder up on the mound, yes.
Paul Sewald or Jeff Nelson.
That's different. One of them's a closer and the other one's a setup guy. We got a ground ball right to Snyder, throw to first in time. Oh, a collision.
Both relievers.
And Rodin is hurt because he crashed into the big boy Rowdy Tellez.
And for 2 years of his Mariner career, he wasn't a closer until the end of his Mariner career. Was Paul Sewald, so he was using different.
Jeff Nelson.
Paul Sewald or Andreas Munoz.
Sewald. I really like Sewald. He helped me somewhat fill the void of the Kendall Graveman. I'm still traumatized by that trade.
Hold on real quick.
Rich Amaral or Dylan Moore?
Rich Amaral.
Same, Rich Amaral. Okay. Rich Amaral or Mark McLemore? Actually, got to say Mark McLemore on that one. He's a whole different beast. And we're going to go to the top of the 6th inning, by the way.
How about hold on real quick. That's funny. How about this one? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Willie Bloomquist or Doug Strange?
Doug Strange.
Clutch.
He was clutch. Willie Bloomquist was meh.
I got one for you.
I like this one. I like
Ty
this.
France.
Seahawks need to sign Rowdy and play guard. I agree.
Yeah. How about Ty France versus Casey Kochman.
Ty France.
Ty France.
I'll even take a 2024 Ty France over Casey Kochman.
How about Ty France 2021, 2022, or Russell Brandon?
Ty France
2009 Russell Brandon.
Give me the
33 home
muscle.
run. Give me the muscle manion. Yeah, for sure. How about let's see if we can do this one. I got one. How about Mike Zunino or Dave Valley?
Valley.
I'm taking Val. How about this one? Phil Bradley or Kyle Seager?
I don't know Phil Bradley enough, so I can't make that judgment call.
He was good. But Kyle
Now the
Seager.
pitch, Luke Raley. Now that is a ground ball, and Vlad Guerrero Jr. gets there, and now we got one out already.
How about what was it?
And now we got Rowdy Tellez up to the plate.
Kyle Seager or Adrian Beltre?
Beltre. Kyle Seager had some issues.
I was the biggest Seager dude in the world, but yeah, Beltre's
Pitch to Tellez, and that's going to be inside for a ball. And Tellez, he's not been having a good series. I mean, without that, even with the home run, he's still having a terrible series, and he's building up an excellent case why he shouldn't be on the team anymore.
Who was the jump that we had at third base last year?
Josh Rojas.
Yeah, Josh Rojas. There we go. Josh Rojas or Sean Figgins?
Josh Rojas. But Figgins could steal bases, so there's that. The pitch.
I'll take
now. Here's popped up into barely in the center field. George Springer is going to be there, and he makes the catch, and that is going to be 2 outs already. That wasn't George Springer. That was the straw.
Brendan Ryan or Jack Wilson?
Brendan Ryan.
I like Jack Wilson, though. He's a good dude.
And then now we got Dylan Moore up to the plate. And Dylan Moore hasn't really done much at all. 0 for 2. So he might be going back down to earth. George Springer at right field. As we got 0-2. And now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball foul.
Justin Smoke or Rowdy Tellez?
Justin Smokey.
Justin Smoke.
Smoke could have been a good player, and he should have been. It's just that it didn't work out. As we're at 0-1, and now the pitch, and that's gonna be popped up. He got jammed up. Dylan Moore knew it that it wasn't gonna work, and he makes the catch, and that's an easy 1-2-3 inning.
Justin Smoke or Logan Morrison?
Lomo.
Who was it? How about Lomo or Mike Carp?
Mike Carp. 2011 Mike Carp.
2022 Upton or 2021 Donovan?
Upton.
What Donovan are we talking about?
Which I forgot. Donovan Walton?
Donovan Walton?
Is that what it was? Whoever that Donovan was, he was very forgettable.
I'm trying to think. And here's one. Mike Cameron or Julio Rodriguez?
For now, Mike Cameron.
Cammy.
Mike Cameron. Okay, defense-wise. And then I think it's actually up for debate. Mike Cameron or Ken Griffey Jr. on defense?
Are we talking like prime mid-90s junior?
Yes.
From like 92 to 96?
Yes.
Junior.
I thought Cammy had the better throwing arm. And at one point,
Again, like 92 to 96, Ken Griffey Jr. was the best player in baseball. but hands down, that dude had the total package. It was after the extension in 95 or 96 that he kind of took his foot off the gas, but he still had the bat, so it didn't matter. But it was I urge everybody to go watch that play at Yankee Stadium, where he absolutely just took away a beautiful home run away from Jesse Barfield, which was never should have happened. That was just unbelievable. The play in Detroit where he robbed
Luis Gonzalez.
Luis Gonzalez. The play the day before my birthday in '96 against Lance Bass of Baltimore, where he broke his wrist in the Kingdome.
That was 95.
Yeah.
The 0-1. And that is going to be swing and a miss, strike one. What about 96 Griffey when he robbed Albert Bell?
Yeah. How about this one? Julio Rodriguez or 2009 Franklin Gutierrez? Death the flying things, Franklin Gutierrez. I think he had 20. I think he had 20 something
home runs. As we're at 1-2 for Clement, and now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball foul. I don't know. I mean, Goody was more consistent than Julio ever was, at least in 2009. But the upside of Julio can be better, and it should be better.
But we haven't seen the upside yet.
Fine, Goody. Of 09.
All right, let me rephrase this. The second half of the 2022 season, Julio Rodriguez versus the 2009 Franklin Gutierrez.
Julio. As we're at 2-2. He actually didn't have much of a second half because he was mostly injured. The 2-2 pitch. Now here's a ground ball and diving stop. Dylan Moore tossed over the first. Not even close, but it was a good effort by Dylan Moore. Now you got runner on first base.
Is this where the Mariners cough it up?
I think so.
Colin Snyder.
If the Mariners, I don't know. And now the odds are saying that the Blue Jays are the more favorite to win. Understandably.
Michael Saunders versus Mickey Brantley.
I don't know much about Brantley.
Mickey Brantley was a dog. And I would take Mickey Brantley in a heartbeat.
We got Straw, who is 0 for 2. He's going for the bunt. And Colin Snyder had a little bit pushback of a pitch because he knew he was going to go for that bunt.
1992 Kevin Mitchell.
No.
Versus 2025 Randy Arozarena.
Kevin Mitchell was fat.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Now here's a bunt, and that is a pretty good bunt. Throw to first in time, but that's going to get a runner to second base. And
how about
we got Bo Bichette up along with Vlad Guerrero Jr. So I don't think you're taking a bat away from Bichette.
Darren Bragg or Randy Arozarena?
I mean, they're kind of different players.
Well, they're left fielders.
Darren Bragg was like a speed guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit. He kind of could flash the power a little bit. He ended up getting traded to Boston, but
for Jamie Moyer.
Yeah, that's the thing is I can't do Jamie Moyer versus. Oh yeah, you can. Young Mark Langston versus prime Jamie Moyer. Yeah, so is this Mark Langston with the Expos and the California Angels, or is this young Mariner Mark Langston, which was awesome, but yeah, Jamie Moyer.
Jamie Moyer had the longevity. And we're at 1-1 for Bo Bichette, and now the pitch. And that is outside for a ball.
Eric Hansen or
which
Mike
I don't
Moore.
know much of. I don't know. Don't even ask.
Yeah, you can't do 80s Mariners.
I can't. We're at 2-1. And now the pitch. Now here's a fly ball to the right field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. That's for sure going to score in the run. The throw to the plate, and not even close because Master Boney doesn't have an arm. And now the Blue Jays are up 3-2.
What year was the Julio no-hitter 2012?
The Julio.
Not Julio, but the
Felix?
Felix no-hitter.
That was 2012. Master Boney just doesn't have an arm in right field. Mariners have no arms in right field.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I got one for you.
Oh, so Reese Beast was correct. He would intentionally walk Bo Bichette. And now the pitch. And that is a strike.
John Jaso or Joe Oliver?
Joe Oliver.
Joe Oliver.
He was the underrated part of 2000 that doesn't get enough appreciation. He was forgotten, but he was good. 0-1.
He was good. He was really good.
The crazy thing is, Mariners were carrying 3 catchers that season, but both of them were mostly hurt. Tom Lampkin was he was out for the season literally the day after he hit the grand slam home run against Baltimore in 2000. The pitch and a swing and a miss, and I think that's gonna be strike 3. And now it's 2 outs, and Guerrero's having a word with the umpire, not happy about it.
Tom Lampkin or John Marzano?
Tom Lampkin.
Nobody remembers John Marzano.
Yeah, he got into a fight with Paul O'Neill, his backup catcher to Dan Wilson from 96-98.
How about Dom Canzone versus Charles Gibson?
Gibson. And now we got Anthony Santander, who arguably started that rally. Now the pitch.
Ooh, I got it.
And that is a strike.
Young Mariner prospect Adam Jones.
Or
Julio Rodriguez.
In terms of young prospect and upside?
Julio, obviously. But as the production was, like if you
have Adam Jones,
it's going to be Adam Jones.
As we're at 0-1 for Anthony Santander. The insane part was the Mariners trading him for Eric Bedard. And not only that, it was like 3 other solid players. And now we're at 0-1. And throwing the first, not in time.
Eric Bedard or Jared Washburn?
Eric Bedard.
Horacio Ramirez or Dave Fleming?
Oh, my God. Dave Fleming.
Dave Fleming, yeah.
You can't do that. The 0-1.
Flemwad.
The Flemwad. He had one good season, though.
He had a very good rookie season.
And then his arm just betrayed him.
Bobby Wolcott or Ken Cloud?
Bob Wolcott.
Yeah.
Ken Cloud never really had anything.
Yeah, Ken
As
Cloud,
we're at 0-2, and now the pitch, and that is low for a ball, 1-2. Dan Wilson or Scott Service. I'll still take the Danny boy. But it's not saying much at all.
Scott Service.
Oh God.
Or what's his ass?
Eric Wedge.
No.
1-2. And now here's a fly ball to center field, and that's gonna be caught by Rosarena. Makes the catch, but the Mariners give up a run to make it 3-2. Toronto lead. So the bats are gonna have to come alive this time, and you're gonna have to do it with the likes of who are the hitters going to be? I don't even know who's gonna be up. I think it's Ben Williamson, J.P. Crawford, and Miles Masterboni.
Scott Service or Mike Hargrove?
Mike Hargrove.
Grover.
Not even close. That's like completely different levels.
Grover was the best manager post Lou Piniella that we had.
Easily.
And I would put him up against Bo Mill too.
Who is the worst manager post Lou Piniella? Let's name them all. Bob Melvin. Mike
Lloyd
Hargrove.
Lloyd
you think
McClendon.
McClendon was the worst?
McClendon, by far.
Well, let's summarize them. So Bob Melvin, that was just a weird situation. They gave up on him after 1 season. And it was just really bad timing, in my opinion.
I would say it goes Grover, then Bo Mill. 1-2.
And then after Mike Hargrove was John McLaren. He has a case.
Eric Wedge.
You don't like Eric Wedge that much?
No, I do like Eric Wedge, but I like him more than I like Scott Service.
Well,
and I like
him.
I got Grover, Melvin, Wedge, 1, 2, 3. John McLaren. See, the thing with John McLaren was that he was never really going to be given an opportunity, so that's why he was always interim. And he was given the job, but they didn't
They didn't let him finish.
yeah, they didn't really give him a chance. But yeah, for sure. My bottom two are the worst is Lloyd McClendon, followed by Scott Service. Sir, the only thing Service had was longevity.
But
That's
he
it.
shouldn't have. He got it because of connections.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the only thing he had was longevity. I didn't think he was that great of a manager, to be honest with you.
Lloyd
Couldn't handle
McClendon
a
wasn't
pitching
that
staff.
good either.
Couldn't handle a pitching staff. I thought McClendon was worse. So we had Bomel. So Bomel was immediately after Lou, followed by
Mike Hargrove. As
Mike
we are back
Hargrove.
from the break, we got Ben Williamson up to the plate. Barrios is still in. He's been very efficient. And now the pitch, low for a ball, 1-1.
So then it was Hargrove. Then it was
McLaren.
Then it was
Then it was Wakamatsu, who I didn't think was that bad. 1-1.
Yeah, I forgot about Walk. Walk was okay.
He got ousted for pretty unfair reasons.
Oh yeah, the junior clubhouse thing, right?
Yeah. I thought Wakamatsu was decent, but there's a reason he doesn't have a job anymore, though. So there's that.
Yeah. Well, what's the reason?
I don't know, but he never got in a job after. He never got a never got a managerial job after that. The 2-1. Now here's a fly ball to deep left field, and that is gone. That's a home run for Ben Williamson. His first home run. Mariners tied the game to make it 3-3 on Ben Williamson's first major league home run. And what a blast that was. You figured that was going to be gone. And Mariners are back in business. And just wait till you see it.
Yeah,
Ben Williamson's like 2 for 3. Ben Williamson's 2 for 3 right now.
Ooh, nice. Nice. A fastball up and in, and he got it all too. Over the bullpens. Wow. That was a nice little poke, wasn't it?
And he's not exactly supposed to be a power hitter, but he did it when he needed to.
Oh, do you know who took over for Walk after Walk was dismissed?
Jamie Burke.
Nope, Darren Brown.
Darren Brown, that's right. And then Jim Riggleman took over for John McLaren.
Jimmy Riggleman in 2008. I actually like Riggs, but he had a bad team.
He had nothing to work with.
He had nothing to
and it was already a dead season.
All right, so here we go. So Darren Brown. So who's after? So then we have Eric Wedge was from 2011 to 13.
And I think he had the worst possible. Do you think he had the worst? He had one of the worst possible teams to work with. He never had a good opportunity.
And then it was Lloyd McClendon for 3 seasons, and then he gets fired.
Had a decent team.
And then Scott Service. So let's see. All right. So let's go. We have Lou Piniella, who came in 93. Name the manager previous to Lou Piniella in 92.
Bill Plummer.
Correct.
Because Jim LaFervey, he got fired for basically no reason.
Lefevre.
Jim Lefevre was mysteriously let go after bringing the team to an 83-79 season, which I'm still puzzled by that. And some had to say it was for politics reasons.
So Lefevre gets appointed in 1989. Who was the manager prior?
Dick Williams.
Yep, Hall of Famer Dick Williams. He ran to 1986, and he took over for somebody because there was an interim in there.
You know who they say that Maury Willis was the worst manager in Mariners history.
He really was, but the guy that Dick Williams took over for was Marty Martinez, who coached one game, but the guy from 1984 to 1986, who was the guy right before Dick Williams?
I'm not going to be able to know.
Chuck Cartier.
I wouldn't have not guessed that.
1980, he took over. So let's see.
Here's JP Crawford, and that is inside for a ball. And we are back from the break. We got Little coming out of the bullpen. And Ben Williamson Williamson is having a hard time hiding that smile on his face. He's trying to hide that as we got the next pitch. What a week for Ben Williamson. Major League debut. First hit on Tuesday, I saw that. First RBI on Wednesday, I didn't see that. And first home run today. So Ben Williamson's off to a great start on his debut.
Reese thinks he's the third baseman of the future.
Kind of premature to say that, unfortunately, but
Yeah,
he does have potential. They're saying that his ceiling is Josh Rojas, like a better version of Josh Rojas is what we're looking.
That's not
for.
really. That's actually not good.
No, it's not. But the good news about him is he's not a guy that lives and dies by the home run. So I will take it at this moment.
Do you know what my biggest issue, my biggest gripe is? For as good as Jerry Dipoto and his
swing
team,
and a miss, strike 3.
For as good as his team is in identifying pitchers, and I think we can honestly say that Jerry Dipoto and his team know how to develop pitchers. Okay, that's great. He has yet to really develop an outfielder, and we're still waiting on Julio to be that finished product. But outside of Julio Rodriguez, who have they developed? And how many failures? And how many failures have we had?
Notable failures: Evan White, Kyle Lewis, Jared Kelnick. The list goes on, doesn't it?
Yep. And their identification, that would be Cade Marlowe,
Julio Rodriguez, and that is going to
Dom
be
Canzone,
Sam Haggerty.
Cade Marlowe, Sam Haggerty, Cade Marlowe. Who was the other guy? Who got traded to the White Sox? Zach. No.
Yeah, he was part of the Santos trade. Now here's Julio again, swing and a miss, and that's strike 2.
Taylor Trammell. Yeah, their identification of outfielders outside the organization has not been good. But also, who's the infielder that they developed?
No one. Maybe JP, but that's not saying much at all.
But he came from outside the organization.
So that doesn't even count.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's a question of, is Jerry not good at drafting hitters, or is he just bad at developing them?
I think it's both.
Jake Fraley, I think, could have worked out. I think he could have worked out. And the
but he wasn't going to.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 that hit the dirt, and we got 2 outs already.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to be an all-star caliber player. Maybe at best he resigns an extension, maybe. But he's going to be a long list. He's going to be a long list of mediocre Mariners. The only position player that they've developed is Cal Raleigh.
And they got lucky. And his batting average is still bad. And by the way, I just realized that Julio was pinch hitting. No, you should have given the whole damn day off.
Look at Julio just.
And now we got Mitch Garver up to the plate. He's taking over for Jorge Polanco because he was 0 for 3, and they're playing with the matchups, the pitch.
What's funny is
low for a ball.
Julio, they're going lefty versus righty on Julio. He's got the advantage as the hitter against the lefty because you can see the ball coming out of his hand. And he still flails. Still flails. He flails.
The one.
Is this Mitch Garver? Is this Garv sauce?
It's Garv sauce because they don't want Julio. They don't want Jorge Polanco to bat against the lefty.
I'll tell you
Julio
what,
is basically a platoon hitter at this point.
That jar of Garv sauce is empty.
Yeah, it's gone. As we're looking at 1-1 now, the pitch, and that is low for a ball again. That is 2-1.
And that's my problem, Reese Beast, is that it would be good for Gerber to hit a home run. Like, I don't give a shit about the long ball. I just want to see clean at-bats. If that's a single, then it's a single. If it's a double, it's a double. I just want to see a good at-bat.
2-1, and that's a ground ball foul.
He's right. Julio would be batting ninth for the
probably.
Well, in a lineup that has ultimate protection, no, he probably hits fourth.
And now we got a man in the bullpen. That is Casey Legumina.
When's the short guy coming back in the bullpen? Taylor
Saucedo. Troy Taylor.
Troy Taylor. There you go.
He got called up, but then he got sent down after one bad game.
Oh, okay.
Because it looks like maybe he's still hurt, and we're looking at 2-2. And now the pitch inside for a ball. And Mitch Garver, I hate to say it, but he should be wearing shoulder pads, and he should have stepped into it.
There's Josh.
The famous Astro fan.
Yeah, and he's shouting for the NHL Houston Aeros. Please no. Please God no. We don't need any more Houston teams, bud. You got enough. Yeah.
You got the Rockets.
You got enough.
And they're in the playoffs.
The Rockets, the Texans, and the Astros. That's all you need, bud.
3-2 for Mitch Garver. The pitch. Now here's a liner, and that's going to be off the glove, and there is going to be no play at first base as Mitch Garver and the Mariners catch a break. Now back to the NBA. Oklahoma has the best record in the NBA. Do they break the hearts of Seattle fans this year? Or do you think the refs will help the Lakers get to the NBA Finals to prevent Oklahoma? I don't think the refs are going to be enough for an old LeBron James and a overweight Luka Doncic.
I will say that Oklahoma City will not. Now, mind you, I have not seen one game of basketball this year at the NBA level. Come to think of it, I didn't even watch a college game this year, but I will say that Oklahoma City will not make it to the NBA Finals.
I think they will because most of the West is kind of broken. As we're at 1-0, now here's a ground ball foul. That's Cal Raleigh. And on commercial break, I'll go over what the standings looks like.
I will say that it will be. I don't think the Lakers are going to go either, but I don't think the Zombie Sonics gets to the finals.
I think they will this time, and I'll explain why later.
As
we are at the 1-1 and the pitch outside for a ball 2-1. But if Oklahoma gets to that point, Sonics fans are going to come out and go, "That was our team." Rhetoric.
Nah.
You don't think they'll care this? You don't think they'll care this time?
No, because all those diehard NBA fans that lived through the late 70s, 80s, and 90s, and
they pretty much moved on.
Yeah, they've moved on, and I don't think a lot of those guys. There's going to be some true
and
NBA basketball fans, but for the most part,
maybe I think my generation might, but I don't think the Z generation is not going to care because they weren't even old enough. They didn't even exist when the Sonics were around. So
right,
I think it's going to be my gen.
It's like the Gen X.
My cousin has a freaking Oklahoma City gear, so that says it all. And he's a Gen Alpha.
Right, but like the Gen Xers that I grew up with, that actually
2 and 2. Now here's a ground ball, and that's going to be out to second base. But the Mariners do get a run out of Ben Williamson. And my favorite part of the game is coming right up. And sorry, NBA playoff predictions. I'm going to have to delay you for a moment because we are at Take Me Out to the Ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, so let's root.
Root for the Mariners. If they don't win, it's a shame. It would be a shame because Ben Williamson tied the game with a home run.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old
ball game. Oh no, sad. We gotta go. Yeah.
I like the marching band.
We gotta go. Well, yeah, I gotta go because just kidding. I gotta talk about this NBA thing. So
bring it over the screen.
8 seed is Memphis. They're gonna eat them alive because all they got is the gun boy. That's it, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Golden State, they have Jimmy Butler, sure, but all their core players are aging. Minnesota, they have a baby daddy who
Butler?
No, it's Anthony Edwards, but he's just shooting too much threes apparently. Clippers, Clippers? Yeah, sure. Denver Nuggets just fired their coach Moses Malone or Mike Malone. Lakers, you have a 40-year-old LeBron James and the allegedly overweight Doncic, and I don't think the refs are going to be enough to carry that. Houston's too young and inexperienced, so Oklahoma 68-14 home court advantage.
I will say that the team coming out of the West, and you said that Jimmy Butler's with Golden State now?
Yep.
I'll take Golden State.
You think Golden State will
Steph
pull
Curry,
the
Jimmy
upset?
Butler? Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler? Yeah.
As we are back from the break, you know what? I'm thinking about covering some NBA games just for the fun of it. even though it's not going to be that. Yeah, and I'm going to have
If
the
you
NBA
catch,
on.
if you catch me on the right day, I just might join you.
And I'm going to do that NBA, and I have that NBA intro on NBC. Yeah, I'll show it to you after this inning. I already have one lined up. A pitch. I actually have it. I have it loaded up. As we're at 2-1 for Jimenez. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Reese Beast has a point.
Yeah.
And the 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. Yeah, I mean, Denver's kind of dysfunctional. And you have Westbrook, who always stinks in the playoffs.
Didn't Jimmy Butler get to an NBA Finals with the Miami Heat?
In 2020, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. They lost to who do they lose to?
The Lakers.
The Lakers, okay.
And that's when they had that Kobe mojo, the 2-2.
Oh, no, they almost got back to the NBA Finals, but they lost to the Celtics a couple of years later. That's
pretty much, yeah. I mean, Jimmy Butler's good, man. Like, I have respect for his game.
Ooh, fastball right down the pipe.
As we're at 2-2 for the Blue Jays.
Who's this guy? Legumina.
Another no-name pitcher from the bullpen. And the Mariners have really got to get some actual names from the bullpen. At least they tried last year with JT Chargois, which, by the way, he's available because he just got DFA'd, I think.
Who did JT Chargois get picked up by this year?
The pitch, and that is a foul ball.
Only to get let go?
JT Chargois was previously for... I don't even think he even pitched.
I thought you just said he got DFA'd recently.
He was on the Mariners previously.
Last year.
We're at 2-2, and that's going to be a 3-2 as Legumina cannot get him out at the moment. I'm just looking. So he was on Texas, but he was released by the organization April 15th. So I think maybe the Mariners should kind of maybe just swoop him up, and now we got a 3-2.
A little bit of a retread.
I mean,
the Mariners prioritize bullpen arms like the Seahawks prioritize offensive
line.
Yeah,
I've been saying that for years. I said it in 23. Like, even after their best bullpen in baseball, I still didn't think it was going to be enough because the playoffs proved it. And a swing and a miss, strike three. Now we got one out. Like, yeah, sure, they were the best, but I wanted them to capitalize on that. And everyone thought I was crazy saying that the Mariners bullpen wasn't the best.
Yeah. I thought they needed
they needed that one more arm.
They needed that outright anchor at the back end of their bullpen, which is why I wanted the lefty that ended up going to Houston, who used to be with Milwaukee.
The pitch, and that is outside for a ball. Mariners get lucky with the bullpen. Like, they get lucky enough to be a mid-tier bullpen, but they need real arms. Like, I don't even think a healthy Matt Brash is going to be enough. As we got a 1-0 and the pitch.
Look at Legumina.
He's got a 96 fastball, so he's got some stuff.
Who was that dude that we had who had the Tommy John, like 2023? He pitched in Toronto and pitched a hell of a game. And then he had
Casey Sadler?
No. He was this young pitch. He was a young pitcher that came from Tampa Bay. And he made a start for us against Toronto
3-0
early 2023, and then he had Tommy John surgery.
I forgot who it could have been.
That pitcher, Legumina, gives me that dude's vibes.
Easton McGee, that's right. He had a no-hitter, 3-1, and he didn't win that game. After he gave up a single, like one hit, the no-hitter was broken up. Scott Service knee-jerk react and pulled him out. And he didn't even cross 70 pitches.
Yeah, Legumina gives me Easton McGee vibes.
I feel bad for Easton McGee. Like, he actually had a really...
That dude actually has stuff. He was good.
And now he did. Mariners gave up on Luke Weaver too fast. I'll tell you that. The pitch, that is outside for a ball.
The Mavs. The Nuggets beat him twice. The Rockets beat him twice.
Believe it or not, Ben Williamson is the first Mariner player to hit his first career home run in Toronto since Matuya Sasasopo, and I'll let you guess what that situation was.
Yeah. Is Home Dude still with the Spurs? The French guy, Wembanyama?
Well, of course he is. It's only the second season.
Just curious.
As now we're at 1-1, and now the pitch outside for a ball, and Legumina is kind of starting to show some struggles, especially against Alejandro Kirk.
Alejandro.
As we're
He's
now at
just
2-1.
baby. And his boyfriend's
And
like his dad, just like
now
his
here's
dad.
a ground ball, could be double play ball. Toss over the second, toss over the first, and that is in time for the double play. And the Mariners quickly get out of this inning on a double play, and we go to the top of the 8th inning. It is 3-3.
We don't need those vibes, Reese Beast. We got lucky with the bullpen. Yeah, well. Yeah, I kind of like the cut of Legumina's jib, man. I like his windup and I like his motion too.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, smooth little delivery. I like that little double play too. That little 4-6-3 double play.
That was a great double play.
Legumina does his job. Put
John
together.
McLaren, worst manager ever, by the way. Kirk should not be on a roster. He is too slow. Well, oh well, that's not our problem.
He's okay for a backup catcher. That's what he is. Alejandro Kirk is just a backup catcher. The John McLaren, I think that's a little recency bias because you didn't see Maury Wills. And the shit that he talked to the Seattle press about revolutionizing the Mariners and getting them to play good baseball, and then he just absolutely shit the bed.
He talked a big game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Quiz: who was the Mariners' original All-Star?
It was
No look-sees.
I'm not looksies. I want to say
you got this. No pressure.
I know. It's not Bruce Bochy. It's Rupert Jones.
Rupert Jones. Yep. Rupert Jones was the OG All-Star.
Who was the second All-Star in 1978?
Bruce Bochy? Was it still Rupert Jones?
No.
Who was it?
It was Craig Reynolds.
How was I gonna know that?
Who was the third?
Bruce Bochy.
1979.
It was Bruce Bochy.
It was Bruce Bochy, yeah.
As we're at 3-3, we are back from the break. We got the Rosadena. We need one lucky home run. We need. I'm done. I give up. Don't even do it. Don't do this to me. Yeah. See, did Tom Patrick ever become an All-Star for the Mariners?
No.
I think he was a catcher.
Let's see real quick.
We're at 1-0. And now the pitch. Outside for a ball. And I have another game to play. I want to go with all-time worst Mariners on each position. And to qualify, they've had to play for at least one full season. You can't do they had one bad game, they're the worst player. It doesn't work. You can't do Jeff Matto 96. You can't do that one. As we're 2-0 for Rosarena, the pitch. And that was right kind of down the middle. And that's a strike. And now we've got 2-1 to count.
Who was the only two Mariners to win the Rookie of the Year and make their All-Star team in the first year?
Ichiro and Alvin Davis.
Correct.
As we're at 2-2 for Randy Rosadena. Randy Rosarena's got to come up with a really big hit. And now the pitch. There's a ground ball, and that is fouled. All right. While this is going on,
I got one more for you.
What?
I got one more for you. Lou Pinella's All-Stars for his first season in 1993.
Oh, yeah, I got that. hold on. It'd be 2-2 for Randy Arozarena. And now the 2-2 pitch. And that is a foul ball. It was Ken Griffey Jr. and Randy Johnson.
Correct.
Randy
Because,
Johnson threw the ball over the head of John Kruk. And
correct. And because Edgar Martinez was 92 and 94.
Edgar was injured. And we're at 2-2.
The worst players at every position.
And the pitch. And a liner, and that's going to be caught right by the third baseman. Yeah. Worst catcher, I'm going to say Rob Johnson because he had a full season and he stunk.
All right. So, worst catchers.
And they had to play one full season. And while you look that up, we got Luke Raley up to the plate. And now the pitch. And that is a foul ball. No, but Tellez did not have a full season, so that doesn't qualify. Has to be whoever played a full season for the Mariners. As we are 0-1.
Yeah, because I was going to say Ben Davis, but
Ben Davis wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I would say that it
0-1.
would be...
And that is going to be a 1-1. Ben Davis was okay. He disappointed because he was a young guy, so there was potential. He just never got to it.
I'm going to say Miguel Olivo.
In the 0-2, swing and a miss, strike. Really? Oh, Miguel Olivo, worse than Rob Johnson?
Yeah, dude. Miguel Olivo was a negative F4 in 2005, but he also was in his two other seasons. In 2011, 2012, he was 0.03, 0.04. And granted, Rob Johnson in 2010 was a negative 0.02. Olivo was worse in 2005. At least Rob Johnson had at least in a positive WAR. Who was
and now we got Rowdy Tellez, and that is a swing and a miss, and he is 0 for 3. Can we agree that he really should not be on this team after this road trip? It really should be Ty Locklear by Friday against Miami. That's what I want to see. As we're at 0-1 the pitch. Again, swing and a miss and strike 2. This guy cannot hit a damn thing. Right. And we're at 0-2 with 2 outs. First base, I will go with Casey Kochman. So there's that. And now we're looking at 0-2.
I go back a little bit, and I'm going to say, and yeah, listen, man, Justin Smoke was pretty bad. Kochman for one season. I think that's kind of cherry picking a little bit because he only had one season. So we could even if you really want, you can really say Evan White in 2020 as well too. But I'm going to go all the way back to 1990 through 1992, and I'm going to say Pete O'Brien.
Oh, you think Pete O'Brien was up there in badness?
Yeah.
And now we're at 1-2 and the pitch, and that is a 2-2 count. Second base is going to have a recency bias, but I'm going to say Dustin Ackley. He heavily disappointed.
Let's see.
It's not fair for Frazier, and I'm not going to say Colton Wong. 2-2, and that is strike 3 called, and that's going to retire the side. Tellez is not happy about the call, and that is going to retire the side, but you struck out. You suck. Burger King strikes out. Tellez should not be on this team anymore.
I'm actually going to go to the 2020 season and say Shed Long.
Ooh, Shed Long was bad. He was overhyped too.
Give me 1 second, brother.
Well, might as well do some things. Senor, tell me how you make a thin crust Sahara pizza.
With your hands. Cornmeal.
While he makes that pizza, what's up baseball fans and pizza lovers? In celebration of the start of the baseball season, we've got a home run of a deal for you. We're offering 50% off all menu items on Mondays and Tuesdays and 25% off bowling. Don't strike out on this amazing deal. Check out our menu in the description of this video and start ordering now. Delivery is also welcome. This offer goes through April.
And that's how you make yourself pizza. Beautiful paintbrush.
All right, so where were we? So yeah, it was. You think it was
Third
Shed
base.
Long? I said it was.
Yeah.
No, let's go shortstop.
All right.
I want to say Tim Beckham, but that was like less than a season, pretty much.
I got one.
Okay, you go first. Maybe that'll give me some ideas.
Ray Quiones. It was either between him or Felix Fermin.
I was gonna say Jack Wilson.
Statistically, Ray Quiones was worse.
What years did he play?
Ray Quiones was 1987, 1988.
Third base.
Mhm.
Ooh. I want to say Russ Davis because yes, he had a bat, but his
Yeah.
glove was really, really bad. And here's Vargas, and now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that should be playable. There's Dylan Moore, throw to first in time.
You're going to say Russ Davis?
Yeah, Russ Davis.
Russ Davis had one solid season, and I think that might have been in 1997, but overall, Russ Davis was a disappointment. I'm going to go, and it's easy to say Russ Davis because he was pretty goddamn. I'm going to go with Jeff Cirillo.
Jeff Cirillo. You know what? I may change that and a ground ball to center field, and that is going to be a base hit. And now we've got a runner on first base with just one out.
Oh boy, another bag of Doritos reliever. That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Kevin Kirby's asking who was the bigger bust, Zanino or Kelnick?
Kelnick, yeah, because at least Zanino had full seasons to complete.
Yeah.
Center field. Let's go to left field. Actually, I'm gonna say
we'll left field.
Left field's tough, right?
Oh, it's not that tough.
Jared Kelnick? Would you put Jared Kelnick in there? Or is that too much recency bias?
That's too much recency bias.
And I like Jared Kelnick. Don't get me wrong. He was my favorite player on the Mariners. And now here's Addison Barger, and that is going to be throw to first, not in time. Barger's actually in as a pinch hitter.
I got one.
Who's your left fielder?
Craig Briley.
See, I don't even know that.
So he started in left field in 1991. The year ahead, Kevin Mitchell
up into left field. Kevin Mitchell was supposed to be the marquee player, but I noticed I saw an article in Sports Illustrated 92. They already pointed out the red flags because there was like in one article that was like 92 Mariners might take the next step, and then Sports Illustrated was like, whoa, wait. Kevin Mitchell is fat compared to last season.
Yeah, and Kevin Mitchell was bad, but Greg Briley was worse in 91. He was terrible. My runner-up, by the way, for left field was Vladimir Ballantyne and Carlos Peguero.
Peguero can be put in right field for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then center field, the worst center fielder the Mariners have ever had. I don't even know. I'm not good at these outfield things. And we got 1-0 for Bo Bichette. And now the pitch. Inside, and that nearly got him. 2023 Kelnick should have worked out. And then something happened in June where he just disappeared. April Jared Kelnick was fun. I really wish it worked out. As we're at 2-0. And now the pitch. And that is strike one.
I got one.
Mm-hmm.
Because center field, if you want to go recently, you can say that maybe, you can probably say Jared Kelnick or Jeremy Reed.
Oh, Jeremy Reed was up there, 2-1.
Jeremy Reed, but I'm going to go with Johnny Moses, 1986, 1987.
Wasn't John Moses? Wasn't he also the first base coach for the Mariners?
I think he might have been.
No, he was. And then he became a voluntary basketball coach for a middle school team in 2004. And I was in the league, and I was like, wait, this can't be the John Moses I'm thinking of. And I saw that was John Moses. I was like, holy shit, that's John Moses. And now here's a throw to second base, and that is in time. Dylan Moore applied the tag just in time, and the Mariners get out of a jam on a not so much of a good throw by Cal Raleigh, but a great tag by Dylan Moore. It was a very clutch tag. It was very acrobatic, too. And they get him out.
Oof, good play.
Great play. I mean, are you going to say Cal Raleigh or Dylan Moore? I'm going to say Dylan Moore on that one. Dylan Moore made that tag.
What a play. What a play. That was a bad throw, by the way, too.
Yeah, I'm giving it to... All right, let's play a more positive game.
Who was the worst right fielder? Who was the worst right fielder?
No, let's do
okay.
Best starting. Well, I want to start with best starting rotation.
We gotta finish up the worst at each position. We're at right field right now.
Well, we said Carlos Peguero.
Oh, I didn't say that. You said Carlos Peguero could play in right field as well too, and I agreed with you. But he's not. Okay, he's not my pick though.
2013 Mike Morse.
Ooh, yeah, that was kind of going to be that. I think you kind of stole my thunder there. 2013 Mike Morse was bad, and then you have to go back to the days of Darnell Coles in '89, Henry Cotto in 1990, and way back with Dave Cowens back in 1982-83. But yeah, Mike Morse's 2013 was disgusting. Oh, and also wasn't Brad Wilkerson here in like an 07?
08, and he was bad, but he only lasted like a month, so you can't really put him in there.
How about DH? We finish this off with DH.
2010 Ken Griffey Jr., but he didn't finish the season, so that's not really fair.
Yeah, didn't finish.
Maybe 2009 to 10 Ken Griffey Jr. in general. Mitch Garver 2024 has a case.
Well, we also had a pretty big great towards the end of his career in 1980, and his name was Willie Horton. That was pretty bad. That was a terrible season.
All right, let's do best starting rotation, all 5 of them. I'll give you my 5. Randy Johnson, Felix Hernandez, Jamie Moyer, Freddie Garcia, and Mark Langston. And we are back from the break, and now here's Dylan Moore. And I can't use any of the 5 Mariners starters right now, even all the good ones, because it's too much of a recency bias. But those are my 5. Randy, Felix, Jamie Moyer, Freddie, and now we got a bunting attempt, and that's going to be a low for a ball. Yeah. Freddie Garcia, and then Mark Langston. I would say Jeff Becerra, but that's going to be too much of a me bias thing. Because I need 2 lefties in there. And we got a 1-1.
Let's see.
Now here is a fly ball to center field, but center fielder is there and he makes the catch, and we got 1 out in the top of the 9th inning.
Yeah, it's going to be Felix Hernandez. Well, first of all, let's talk at the top of the rotation. Randy Johnson, followed by Jamie Moyer, followed by Felix Hernandez, followed by Freddie Garcia, and then Mark Langston.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest, most obvious starting 5. And now we've got Ben Williamson, the pitch, and that's going to be in there for a strike. And now let's get to the catchers. I'll still say Dan Wilson ultimately. He's still Cal Raleigh. It's still too early, I would say, but the home run's really making it a case. The 0-1 best catcher in Mariners history. I'm going to say Dan Wilson.
Let's see. Yeah, Dan Wilson. And that stretch from essentially 95 through 97, that 3-year stretch was his best, although he did put up great
1-1.
2 good years in 2001, 2002.
2002 was weird.
Kenji Jojima had a nice 2006, but
okay, 07.
And I think Mike Zunino had a really good 2017.
1-2. And here's a ground ball, and that's just right to the pitcher. Toss over the first in time.
I
And now we
think
got
you know what's
2 outs.
interesting. What's interesting, right? Is I'm going to say Dan Wilson, but it very well could be Cal Raleigh in 2 years.
Yep.
If he keeps up this pace for the next 2 seasons, I'm going to say Cal Raleigh.
And now we got Johnny Paul Crawford up to the plate. He is 0 for 2 right now. He's got to get something big out of this. And now the pitch, and it's a ground ball foul. First base, I will say Tino Martinez. I know some will say John Olerud, but I'm still going to say Tino because he had the clutch bat, and I'll take the clutch bat over a slightly worse defense than John Olerud. As we're at 0-1.
Here's the thing.
And the pitch.
Tino
Low for a ball.
Tino was only in a Mariner uniform for 3 years, 1993 through 1995. His best year being in 1995, which was awesome. John Olerud was in town for 5 years. 4 of them were fantastic.
Foul ball, strike 2.
His best was in 2002. I would go so far as to say the best season by a Mariner first baseman was 84 Alvin Davis.
Mr. Mariner.
I'm going to say number 1.
1-2 for JP Crawford, and hopefully this is it. Now the pitch and foul ball again.
Number 1, John Olerud. Number 2, Alvin Davis. Number 3, Tino Martinez.
So my lack of 80s knowledge is really showing.
Yeah.
I gotta look at that. I gotta research all that. Maybe do content for that for the future as we're looking at 1 and 2. And now here's the pitch. And that is up high for a ball. 2-2. As JP Crawford's still working on a 2-2. And now the 2-2 pitch. Now here's a ground ball with more of a chopper. And the toss over the first, not in time. And that gets away. And JP Crawford catches a break. And that should be an infield single. And now you got Julio Rodriguez up to the plate. And this is the perfect situation for Julio Rodriguez to show that clutch of his.
Clutch.
It's that Sky Dome turf is what gave JP Crawford the advantage.
It's Sky Dome turf.
Second base, I'm going to say Brett Boone.
Yeah, Brett Boone. But you know what's funny is Brett Boone. Yeah, and the reason why I say Brett Boone, because that 3-year stretch from 2001 to 2003 was better than the 2 years that Robbie Cano put up. And both of those players put up better numbers than the 7 seasons that Harold Reynolds put in. So, yeah, Brett Boone.
Harold Reynolds got thrown out a lot, too. He got thrown out more than he should have.
Yeah. But the other thing, though, is that it's also worth mentioning that, a lot of people love Joey Cora, but Joey Cora really didn't really put up all that great numbers.
His defense wasn't that good either.
Yeah, Joey's a fan favorite, but yeah, no.
We got 0 for 1 Julio Rodriguez, and he check swings it, and I think that goes around. That could be a strike. Nope, that's a ball. Shortstop, it's A-Rod. No shit.
A-Rod.
Third base, I will say Kyle Seager. Some might say Beltre. 1-0 outside for a ball, 2-0.
Yeah, Beltre in 2006 and 2008 were just amazing. But then Kyle Seager had some very good seasons too.
He had longevity too.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? So you had the funny thing is,
and that is a strike.
I'm going to say that Edgar Martinez's 3-year run at third base from 1990 to 1992 was right up there
2-1.
with,
and a swing and a miss, strike 2.
Kyle Seager had the longevity, but I'm going to say that Edgar Martinez from 1990 to 1992.
Ooh.
That's my pick. That's my pick.
So you're,
and he's also he's also my DH too.
You're gonna do that, and now here's a ground ball, and that's gonna get right through for a base hit. And that is going to bring JP Crawford to second base.
Yeah.
Nope, it will. There's no way he's going to get to third base because he doesn't really have speed. And now we've got now we got Mitch Garver's up to the plate. Well, here's my feelings on the Mitchell being up to the plate. Yeah, we're screwed.
The Mitchell. Yeah, I'm going Edgar at third.
Right field, I'm going to say Jay Buhner. Center field, Ken Griffey Jr. And left field, Ichiro, because he could play left field. And now here's the pitch to Garver, and that is a strike.
Well, considering that left field has been a black hole for the Mariners in their entire history,
It really has been.
I'm going to say
We're looking at 0-1 pitch. Now the pitch, low for a ball, 1-1. Cal Raleigh will be up on deck. Will be up next if Mitch Garver can survive this at bat.
I'm gonna say my left fielders are either going to be Phil Bradley or Raul Ibanez, and I think I'm gonna take the consistency of Phil Bradley.
Whoa, 1-1. And a swing and a miss, and that was a fastball literally right down the middle, and he still couldn't even hit that.
Center field is Junior, and then right field is going to be Ichiro Suzuki without a doubt.
So you're going to take Buhner out of the equation because he has no consistency.
And then at DH obviously it's going to be Edgar. But,
Edgar, yeah. Who else are you going to put in, right? Jose Vidro, the 1-2.
Yeah.
And a swing and a miss, strike 3. You're not going to believe this. I want you to see this. It was literally a fastball right down the middle, and he still couldn't even make contact.
Is the thing going extras, man?
It's going to bottom of the 9th inning, so there's still no ghost runner yet. But the worst part of it, if the Mariners get to the top of the 10th, Mitch Garver is going to be their ghost runner.
Ghost runner. By the way, I like the ghost runner rule.
You like the ghost runner rule? I hate the ghost runner rule.
Fastball right on the outer half of the plate. Jesus, he can't catch up to a fastball.
Yeah, remember the good old days where what?
Looks like we have our next DFA candidate,
Mitch Garver.
Mitch Garver.
And then they're willing to eat $12 million and have $12 million to not play him. And then who are you going to call up? Are you going to call up Blake Hunt? Or are you going to call up Harry Ford?
Good question.
Well, let's look at Blake Hunt.
Yeah, let's look at him. Former Tampa Bay Ray.
Maybe I should start going to Tacoma games and actually spy on these guys and see what they're about.
Yeah, what is Blake Hunt hitting right now?
179 with the 179 OBP. Yeah, that's not happening.
What about Mr. Harry Ford?
Harry Ford's. You're not going to rush a guy that's like 22 years old as a catcher.
No, I understand. But what's he hitting?
237 to 423 OBP.
Yeah. With a what OBP? With a what OBP?
423.
Yeah, it's still early.
Or bring back Tom Murphy.
I don't even think he's playing anymore.
Yeah,
is he still
broken?
Is he still with the Giants or what?
I think he was on a 2. I think they signed him on a 2-year.
Bring back the Murph.
Tom Murphy was the most consistent hitter of the 2023 Mariners, and he hasn't even played yet.
How about bring back Tommy Lampkin?
Yeah, that'll do. He's still on a contract.
Bring back John Jaso.
Old guy, yeah. And now we got Bo Bichette up to the plate. Should be a new pitcher. This is Carlos Vargas. They're still continuing with him. And that's going to be a strike because he only had 7 pitches. So they're putting him in for the next thing. Strange. They pulled, what's his name? Trent Thornton. But then they put in Edward Bizarro over that Cincinnati game. Now here's a ground ball. And that's going to get right through for a base hit. Kind of a lackadaisical effort by J.P. Crawford. And now we got a runner on first base. And next we got Vlad Jr.
Vargas on the hill still? Yeah.
Yeah, Vargas is still on the hill.
Yeah, you know what's funny? What's funny is Reese B says have Dan Wilson play. It's like a 55-year-old Dan Wilson who can catch a game. You know, he can still catch.
You know, he retired. He retired earlier than he should have for a reason because his knees got busted badly.
I wouldn't say that's a lackadaisical play. That ball was deep into the hole.
And now here's a ground ball, and that's going to get right through for a base hit. And Luke Raley's going to throw, but Bichette's going to stay. Now you got runners on first and second, and I'm saying pull his ass out. Pull out Vargas. Pull him out. Get him out.
Oh, yank him. Hey, by the way, do you know who was behind the plate for the Cubs when Mark McGwire hit number 70?
Scott Service.
Scott Service.
He got to witness one of the greatest moments in Major League Baseball history. What a privilege.
And now there's 2 on. A liner.
With nobody out. And now we got Anthony Santander up to the plate. And Mariners are in absolute danger of losing this game and losing this series. The pitch.
And what's Dan?
And
Dan
that's
Wilson's
going to be a
just
strike.
sitting there. Dan Wilson's
He's just sitting there letting.
He's rubbing his chin.
He's letting Carlos Vargas screw this up badly.
Or Martin Maldonado. All you have to do is trade with the Padres.
0-1. And
He's
that's
got a
going to
World
be an
Series
0-2. And Santander actually took his time on that one. If the Mariners go into the top of the 10th, which is very unlikely right now, given the present situation, Cal Raleigh will be up with Mitch Garver on second base.
Garb sauce.
And that's what Dan
Can't
Wilson
hit.
tends to do. Like, he really likes to
fastball.
pitch Bizardo and Carlos Vargas for whatever reason. As we're at 0-2 for Anthony Santander.
Because
and now the
Bizardo,
pitch. And now here is a line drive blooper. Actually, that was a pop-up and caught by Randy Arozarena. Now we got 1 out, and you have a chance to get the double play.
Was it Vargas and Bizardo trade pieces that came back in?
No, Bizardo was a different trade. It was like a trade for peanuts, and Vargas was part of that.
Yeah, but I'm saying they were trade chips bought in, right?
Yep.
They were so they're gonna get run. Jerry DePoto, ego. Ooh, that's
Jerry
a blooper.
DePoto is but it was caught by Rosarena. Yep. And now we got Jimenez up to the plate. He's batting 3 for 4. This is dangerous. The pitch, and that's going to be missing it for a ball. I don't like this.
This is squeaky bum time for the Mariners.
Yeah, this is desperation time for the Mariners. They got to find a way to just hit into a double play. And now the pitch, and that's going to be a foul ball, strike 1.
Trust the system. The bench culture is damn good.
That sounds like a Washington Redskins thing.
The bench culture. Yeah, Bizardo does need to go.
As we're at 1-1, and now the pitch, and just missing it for a ball, and that should have been a strike. But I'm not going to blame the umpire if the Mariners lose just because of that call. It's just that sometimes that's
because Dan Wilson brought out Vargas for a second inning
because he only pitched 7 innings. The 2-1, and that's popped up into left field, or JP Crawford's going to be there.
Oh yeah, he only had 7 pitches
catch.
this last inning. Yeah, you're right.
That's why they're going to just keep him in there, and why waste the bullpen? But Carlos Vargas doesn't seem like. I don't think he's going to last after this season.
I think that was a ball.
Okay.
Well, if he picks up his game and delivers clean innings, he's going to stay in this bullpen. Mariners.
Yeah, but he had a very bad Thursday though.
The Mariners definitely just need a horse down there. Oh, you mean a guy like Paul Sewald?
Who they could have signed, and they should have, but the Guardians signed him to a $7 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
So of course the Mariners aren't going to spend that. But if the Mariners actually had a half-assed decent ownership, they probably would have. Because sometimes you got to spend money to win, especially if it was only for a 1-year commitment. I would have done it.
So now now it's George Springer versus Vargas, huh?
He is 0 for 3. There's not really much of a data on how he's done against George Springer.
No.
So I think you still pitch to him, because what's the point of loading the bases? But you
Correct.
would be taking the ball away, but you can't. It's kind of risky with Alejandro Kirk because he's been damn lucky against the Mariners.
Right, that's the thing. It's like, no, because I'll tell you what, because Alejandro Kirk will make you pay.
Yeah, he has made them pay, as Carlos Vargas reeled it in for a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and that's probably why he's on the rotation, because he can throw the fastball, sure. Now the 0-1, and now here's a ground ball, and it's the throw to first in time, and that was Ben Williamson. The whole too many runners close to each other got me thrown off, but the Mariners get out of a jam, and they will go into the top of the 10th with Cal Raleigh due up. And excuse me while I got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play NBA Ads.
With the NBA playoffs underway, you are probably planning to go to an NBA playoff game and cheer for your NBA team or player. But knowing that playoff tickets can be pricey, don't worry, I've got you covered. If you use my promo code RoofTopSports, you'll get $20 off the purchase and enjoy the NBA playoffs.
The NBA on NBC. So the Mariners get out of a jam. The two hitters to reach base to start the inning, and Vargas squeaks himself off the hook right there. So extra innings, we are here. And Reese Beast, I know you didn't like the idea of pitching to George Springer, but it paid off. There it is right there. So Josh is in the chat there giving us some scores. Looks like the Nationals are up 11-2 over the Colorado Rockies in the top of the seventh.
Let's see
But
how my fantasy baseball team is doing. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So let's just say the Mariners score a run.
Yes.
In the top of the 10th.
Yes.
Do they hold on and win it in the bottom of the 10th, or just thing goes to extra?
If the Blue Jays are at plus 200, I'm putting something in. And strangely
at
enough,
plus 200,
Washington State laws doesn't allow you to gamble on
in-game bets.
No, they do. I'm saying, but DraftKings is not allowed, and they say it's technically illegal. But then when I signed up on Bet Online, I was allowed to for whatever reason. If the Blue Jays are
plus 200,
I'm putting something in.
Yeah. So what's Washington State law now? Go ahead with that. Sorry
you can bet sports, but you have to do it in a retail space, so basically at a casino. But for some reason on Bet Online, I was able to sign up because DraftKings didn't let me.
Right.
I wonder if they cut some kind of deal with like all the casinos and the Native Americans to be like, okay, fine, but you got to give us this amount of loot. But
Josh does. If Rooftop has money on the games, Mariners will win.
As we got, look at that. Cal Raleigh just got his bat taken away because they want to cause a double play, especially with Mitch Garver and Cal Raleigh at first base. There's a chance that they could actually hit into a triple play. And with Randy Arozarena up, anything is possible because we know Poser Boy does stupid things.
In Michigan, online gambling is very much legal here in Michigan.
Yeah, but Washington has a lot of loopholes. It has some of the most confusing laws.
Yeah.
It's almost like, why even write the law if you're going to make it confusing? It's kind of pointless to make something illegal if you're not even like clearly stating it correctly, and especially if other companies are kind of getting away with it. Cal Raleigh just got walked. Sorry, Reese Beast. But here's Randy Arozarena. He has a chance. Maybe he can do some clutch, but he's 0 for 4, so it's going to be tough to do so.
Looks like Randy Arozarena wasn't even prepared. He came to the batter's box not with his little elbow guard on or his batting gloves.
Come on, Randy. As we got a 1-0 so far on the Arozarena. Some are saying
who's pitching?
Who's
pitching?
Rodriguez. Okay. Check swing. Did he go? No, he got hit. I think he got hit. Loaded. Or Randy Arozarena is confused, or the umpire said they're checking on the check swing to see if he actually, because he got hit, but it's a matter if he went through. Oh, yep, he went through. Idiot. Yep, he went all the way through. So that means
it's a strike, right?
Yep, he went around. Yep, he's still batting, and we're at 1-1. And now the pitch. And that is going to be low for a ball, 2-1.
Oh, yeah, he thought he got hit.
Yeah. The bets are off right now. As we're at 2-1 for Randy Arozarena, the pitch. And a big swing and a miss, and that's going to be strike 2. And on deck is going to be Luke Raley, so I don't know if you're going to feel good about that. And after that, you got Rowdy Tellez, who's already 0 for 4. Then you got Dylan Moore, who was 0 for 4. As we got 2-2.
I like Luke.
And the pitch, and that is low for a ball, 3-2. So usually on 3-2s, you kind of like your odds on Arozarena at least walking. if the Mariners can load the bases, that would be awesome. Well, let's prove and see how awesome that could be, as we are working on a 3-2 on Randy Arozarena.
God, he's so terrible.
And now the pitch. And a strike 3 called literally right down the middle. So he doesn't swing at bad pitches, but he swings at bad pitches, but he won't swing at a good one. And now we've got 1 out.
He works the count to a 3-2, and then he gets the pitch that he's supposed to hit and just lets it slide by for strike 3.
Yeah, Rand.
Hit baseball.
You know what the crazy thing is? If the Mariners either... Oh, we got a pinch runner at second base. What's going on right here? It's going to be Leo Rivas at second base. He's going to be a pinch runner. Probably something you should have done earlier.
Leo.
And now we've got Luke Raley, who's 0 for 2. Hasn't been hitting
Let's
well.
go, Luke.
Yeah, Luke's got to do something. As we're at...
That slider was literally right in the middle of the zone.
And now the pitch.
Zone.
And a big swing and a miss, and that's going to be strike 1.
Use the force, Luke.
Let's go, Luke. Luke, trust me. As we're at 0-1, you know, I got to tell you a story about the Luke stories on all of that at the end of this inning. And now we are at the 0-1, and that is low for a ball. So Luke Ridnour made some really made a layup against the Spurs in the playoffs. Same day where the Revenge of the Sith was released, and the color commentator to Mike Breen said he used the force on that one. And Mike Breen was like, "Really, dude? You had to go there."
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, you told me that.
I did, didn't I? It was cringe. When I saw that, I was like,
"That's funny." He used the force, didn't he?
And he was like, Mike Breen's like, "Wow." I agree. I think everyone would agree with him on that.
He was like, "Really, dude?"
He literally was. We're at 2-1, and now the pitch, and that's popped up in foul ball, and we're at strike 2.
Come on, Luke. Be the hero. Be the hero. Be the hero.
And there's a reason that color commentator wasn't really around in ESPN that long after that. I think that was part of it. Not saying that was the reason, but
what was
I forgot his name. The 2-2. He was like a big dude, kind of bald with a beard.
Brian Scalabrine?
No. Not in 2005. He was with the Celtics.
Yeah, I know. That's the only big dude with a bald dude with a beard.
3-2 full count for Luke Raley. And now the pitch outside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And it's going to be up to, oh, shoot. It's going to be
Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah, I think we're screwed on this one.
Big Rowdy Tellez.
Right now, the Blue Jays are the underdog at, they are at plus 130. I think I'm going to put something in there.
Yeah, by the way, Dan's not going to pinch it for a left-handed bat here.
Nope, he's not going to do it because matchup reasons, and that's going to be a foul ball.
Yeah, but here's the thing. With Leo Rivas on at third base, all you need is 1 run, right? So if you could pinch it, you get somebody to drop 1 down.
As now we're at 0-1 for Rowdy Tellez.
With 1 out,
now
you put the squeeze play on.
And now here's a ground ball. That's going to be a double play ball. Throw to second, throw to first. And that is in time for the double play. And of course they get out of the... Yeah, that's the funny part, isn't it?
Love it. Love it.
Do you know what's
Only
the
the
worst
Mariners.
part? My thing got rejected because it said market on hold as soon as I was trying to hit the click button because Blue Jays were at plus 130. And I was like, come on, let me do that. And now Blue Jays the Blue Jays are at negative 550.
Oh. They're playing in for the double play, and he hits right into it. Instead of just waiting for a pitch to hit, he chases splitter low and just dinks it right into the ground. God damn it. Only the Mariners can blow bases loaded with 1 out.
I think not Tyler Locklear, Rowdy Tellez is building an excellent case why he should be DFA'd.
Yeah, well, that was going to happen anyway.
Oh, Bizzardo is it. No wonder the Blue Jays are at a negative 550. because
The funny thing
Bizarro
about-
was in.
The funny thing about Rowdy Tellez is, I think you and I were talking about it. It's like I don't think he's on the roster in June. Come June, I don't like it's not an issue of him making the season. It's like he's not going to be here by June 1.
When you have Tyler Locklear like at batting 3 something with a 4 something OBP, and you have Rowdy Tellez like around 100, he should be gone by now. And let Tyler get the reps.
We're only like 3 weeks into April, so I understand why they're not going to do it now, but by the end of May, because you usually see your first call-ups mid-May, right? So we'll probably see Locklear at some point in May, but Rowdy Tellez is that he's got a short leash, and if he doesn't really start hitting, yeah, he's going to be gone by June 1.
His batting average is now 119, so again, he's building
Championship,
World Series, baby.
championship.
And
Well,
now,
Reese, I don't know if he would in that situation, but I would trust his ability to put better bat to the ball.
I have an idea. Why not intentionally walk Clement so you can get to Barger, who is 0 for 1 so far? Because Clement's 3 for 4.
All we needed was a fly ball, medium range deep, medium range depth, and we take the lead. That's it. All we needed was a sac fly. That's it.
Oh, and we got George Springer at second base, and we got Alejandro Kirk, and now the pitch. And why are we putting in Edward Bizardo? That makes no sense. Bizardo should not be on this team either.
Mop up duty.
Yeah, we're mopping up when it's literally a 3-3 game. Yeah, that's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Bizardo. Look at that 6.35 ERA. Gotta love it.
And that is a strike, and that's gonna be a 1-1 count.
Righties are only batting $143 off him, but lefties are ripping him up though.
We're at 1-1 on the Alejandro Kirk. He's got a hit already, and now the pitch, and that's gonna be a foul ball, and that's gonna be 1-2.
Josh, watch Bizardo end up in Houston and become a pitching god. Yeah, that's funny.
Just like Rafael Montero.
Let's go.
And now we're at 1-2.
Get a real number. Get a real number. Bizarro.
And now the pitch
3-3.
up high for a ball, and that's going to be 2-2.
To Alejandro Kirk. Alejandro. Come on.
As we're at 2-2. Yeah, Bizardo has control problems.
By the way,
pitch.
Tellez did not cost us the game. The fact that we can't hit cost us the game.
Yeah.
This is about to be a total team loss.
Yep, this is going to be, as we're already looking at it, as we're at 3-2, and now the pitch, and that's going to be a foul ball again.
He's just a baby. Look at Eduardo Bizardo. He's out there. I don't want to be in, coach. I don't want to be in. Take me out. Take me out.
He shouldn't be on the team. Get him out of here. We're looking at 3-2. And the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that will go right to Dylan Moore. Throw to first in time, but the bad news is George Springer is now at third base, and who is up to the bat is the question. That'd be Clement. I would take the bat away from Clement and try to hit into a double play.
Yeah, but that scores a run, though. Nobody out. Runner on third scores a run.
1 out.
Who got the out? Oh, but right. Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go.
But then you're going to go into Rodon. I would do the intentional walk, honestly.
Yeah, play for the double play, for sure.
I would play for double play, but they're not planning that.
God, Bizardo's terrible.
Bizardo has no control. Why are they even putting this in this situation? Like, I just don't know. Like, did Dan Wilson just throw this game? And why did
maybe he's hoping Bizardo will get a K.
You can't hope for that. After that's gonna be Rodon, Clement, and Barger. So that's, but again, take the bat away, because what do you really got to lose? Especially when you have 1 out. If you hit into a sac fly, you're going to lose this game. I would still take the bat away.
Yep, sac fly wins it. Base hit
It's not,
wins it.
sorry, it's not Clement, it's Rodin. And now the pitch. And that's a ground ball foul. Again, take the bat away from him because after that is going to be, well, it's right now it's Rodin. And after that be Clement. So that's why they're not doing it because they'd rather take on the guy that's 0 for 4. That's why. But even then with this situation, I would still take that risk. And now the pitch.
Yeah, you're hoping for a strikeout in this scenario.
Yeah, but not in a situation like this.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
And
I know.
By the way, I agree with you. I would play for the double play, but that's what Dan Wilson is doing here, is playing for a strikeout.
It's not gonna you can't bank on that with Edward Bizzardo. And now the pitch.
I agree.
And that's popped up, and that is not going to be enough to get anything going. And Dan Wilson's gutsy move really paid off on that one, at least. And now you have to go up against Clement. Clement is now up to the plate. It's going to be up to him to be the hero.
Come on, Bizzardo. Eduardo Bizzardo, who's absolutely rubbish.
Not out of the water yet. Money line is closed between these two teams right now.
Good deal.
And
good
now the pitch.
Good out right there. Good out.
And that is going to be low for a ball. Next inning, if the Mariners are up, it's going to be Dylan Moore, Ben Williamson, and JP Crawford. Surprisingly, I like those odds better than the last three, as we're at 1-0. And the pitch, low for a ball, 2-0. Yeah, I guess you are going to pitch this guy because you have 2 outs. But Clement is 3 for 4. That's why I would still take the bat away from him. Because it's like, what do you got to lose?
Ooh, that should have been a strike. Oh, that should have been a strike. That first pitch was money. That's
and the
a
2-0
terrible
pitch.
call by the home plate umpire.
And now here's a fly ball to right field, and that should do it. And Luke Raley makes the catch, and the Mariners get out of a jam, and that's going to retire the side. We go to the top of the 11th inning. Yeah.
Wow. Eduardo Bizzardo gets out of danger.
You know
Dan
what?
Wilson,
I got something for you,
Dan
Bizzardo.
Wilson took a gut. That was a gutsy. That was gutsy, man.
Call. This is for you, Bizzardo. I don't think Bizzardo's job should be safe. I think he just got lucky. But other pitchers that would be available, I mean, I don't think you're going to put in Bizzardo after this inning, but man, did the bullpen have a lot of work. You're going to have Munoz available. I think you might have Thornton, but you want to have this lead so you can give Munoz a chance.
Mooney.
But the next 3 batters are going to be Dylan Moore, Ben Williamson, and JP Crawford. And again, I actually do like those odds, unlike Randy Arozarena, Luke Raley, and Rowdy Tellez. Believe it or not. No, Scott Service played Bizzardo quite a bit. I think one thing we can appreciate about Dan Wilson, he makes gutsy calls. Sure.
I'm not your babe. I'm not your babe. Fernando. All right. So, sirs. So you like Dylan Moore. You like Dylan Moore, Ben Williamson, and Johnny Crawford, huh?
I like my odds on that in extra innings over Randy Arozarena, Luke Raley, and Rowdy Tellez.
Obviously. Service would have played Bizzardo.
Yeah,
Bizzardo was Service's boy.
Yeah, because I think he got the Bobby Ayala treatment. I think he did something. Maybe he's dating someone within the organization.
Yeah, Dan does make gutsy calls. That was a very gutsy call.
As we got Rowdy Tellez on second. Great. We have Rowdy Tellez on second base, and we have nobody to pinch run because of it.
Yeah, because we use Leo Rivas.
Yeah, we already burned him for that. As we got Dylan Moore, got runner on second base. And now the pitch. He's got a bunt, and that was foul. That's going to be strike 1.
He says a Burger King ghost runner.
He calls him the Burger King. Okay, Burger King, Wendy's, or McDonald's?
Wendy's.
Wendy's. 1-1.
Jack
Now
in
here's
the
a
Box
throwback
Wendy's.
to second, and Tellez nearly got thrown out. And we got a 2-1 count. Tellez is one big dude.
Jack in the Box or Wendy's?
Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is the best.
Yeah, I feel bad they don't have a Jack in the Box in your state. And the 2-1. And that's going to be a strike. And Dylan Moore now can't bunt anymore.
I'll get my fix when I'm in Seattle at the end of May. Don't worry.
Mariners are now at a plus 140.
I'll get my Jack in the Box and taco time when I'm there.
As we're at 2-2 for Dylan Moore. And now the pitch. And that is going to be strike 3 called, and he knew it. He had a good pitch to swing at, but he didn't even take a swing. Very disappointing, and now that's going to be 1 out. But the good news is we got Ben Williamson, who's 2 for 3, as he did hit that solo home run to make it his first home run, and that thing was just jacked.
And Rodriguez
now,
is pitching well, man.
Yeah, he really is. We got
dude throwing dimes.
We got Ben Williamson up to the plate.
There's a nice
now the
gap right
pitch.
up the gut.
And that was in the middle for a strike. That was a nice breaking stuff. He couldn't swing at that.
Dylan Moore
he messed up.
Yeah, he gets a pitch right down just on the upper half.
And the pitch again.
Two-seamer.
And a foul ball. It was a nice swing by Williamson, but it's still going to be foul. As we're at 0-2 for Ben Williamson, and he has got to find a way to get the Mariners runs in, or else you're going to keep wasting your bullpen. Blue Jays went gutsy and here's the pitch, and he reaches it out, and that's a foul ball. He's getting a little desperate.
These dudes can't hit, man.
Yeah, that home run was kind of a bit lucky by Ben Williamson. So it's not even like you can even coach your way out of this, as we're at 0-2 for Ben Williamson. And now the pitch up high for a ball, 1-2.
What's the excuse, Reese Beast, if he gets out? What excuse can you give him?
I'm not giving him an excuse. I don't care if he hit a home run. This is about the now.
Yeah, you got to love these guys.
Mariners baseball. Fan that knows about
Mariners baseball.
The 1-2.
Mojo.
And now here's a fly ball popped up into right field, and he makes the catch, and Rowdy ain't going to run that one this time. And now we've got 2 outs. And now you got J.P. Crawford at second base.
Marine Lair Mariners. Soto Mojo. Hey now.
What's your favorite video that the Mariners ever came out with themselves? There was the 20-year anniversary of 97 when they were like going through all the 20 years. Then you have You Gotta Love These Guys. My Oh My 95 or 2001 Sweet 116. Mine was actually You Gotta Love These Guys.
Yeah, My Oh My 95 probably.
Mine was 96. I know, because they showed they made it way more positive than it really was.
No, like if you're hanging on to the past, it means your present is absolute dog shit.
And there's a ground ball to Vlad Guerrero Jr., and that's going to be in time, and that's going to retire the side in a 1-2-3 inning. The offense is doing absolutely nothing, and we're in a freaking hitter's paradise, and they're still not getting any hits. And now we're going into the next inning. And Steve, you got to take off, you say?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, this game went too long, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I just Yep. Oh, that's bad. JP.
I don't blame you.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on, my guy.
Of course, thank you. All right, I got to take a break before the Mariners crap themselves. Senor, tell me how you make a thin crust Sahara pizza.
With your hands. Cornmeal.
While he makes that pizza, what's up baseball fans and pizza lovers? In celebration of the start of the baseball season, we've got a home run of a deal for you. We're offering 50% off all menu items on Mondays and Tuesdays and 25% off bowling. Don't strike out on this amazing deal. Check out our menu in the description of this video and start ordering now. Delivery is also welcome. This offer goes through April.
And that's how you make mozzarella pizza. Beautiful thing.
And we are back from the break, and oh boy, Munoz is in. So they're wasting their closer, which I don't agree with. But the Mariners are running out of options in their bullpen. Munoz has been perfect so far. No earned runs, but it seems due that the Blue Jays may be due for that. And now we got Luke's up to the plate. Trent Thornton is their last guy, so they're really running out of options. Nathan Lukes is replacing Barger. And now and he's trying to keep him in check. We got Lukes, and up next is going to be Bo Bichette. And now the pitch, and we're looking for a bunt, and that's going to be low for a ball. And we're looking at 1-0 here in the bottom of the 11th inning. The game that just won't die. As we're at 1-0, and now the pitch, and we're looking for a bunt, and that drops it in for a beauty. Throw to first, and that is going to be in time. Now it makes you wonder, when you have one out, do the Mariners dare to take the bat away? You know what? Someone made a good point last time. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, how you're doing? And I just have a little bit of a question. Did you leave my membership? I'm just asking that very quietly. Just wondering. Nah, I'm done. Yeah, but the question is, like, do you dare? Nope, they're going to still pitch to Bichette. Now the pitch. And a big swing and a miss on a splitter, and that is going to be strike one. Mariners are really running out of options and running out. They really got to find a way to win this game, or else they're going to be down in the series. Actually, they're already going to lose the series, as we're at 0-1, and now the pitch, and that was a foul ball in the 99, and that's going to be strike two. Munoz is available. He's already in the game, DOP Killa. And now the pitch, outside for a ball, and that's going to be 1-2. This would be a really good time to strike him out. So that way you can have Vlad Guerrero Jr. on 2 outs. Northwest Sports Fanatics has 27 people watching. I have 9. And we're at 1-2. And a big swing and a miss. What a big swing choke job by Bo Bichette. And now we've got 2 outs. And up next is going to be Vlad Guerrero Jr. There's still time for them to win this game. Nobody wants to win, they say. And they're taking the bat away from Vlad Guerrero Jr. And Dan Wilson's coming out, and I really wonder what is Dan Wilson doing. He's coming out of the bench. Are they going to talk to him, or are they going to pull him out of the game? Which I don't really agree with this decision if they're going to pull him out. Nope, they're just having a chatter with him. They're just trying to talk about, just calm things down, slow things down. If that's the case, then I do agree with it. And yeah, that question is, do you pitch to Santander, especially with the bases loaded? And then you'll have to potentially give it to George Springer. Yeah, I think I would too. Especially if you want to go with matchups, but then George Springer could be a clutch guy as well. I mean, let's see where Andres Munoz is against Santander. I'm gonna pull up the head-to-head because maybe that will help. And now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that's gonna be right to Dylan Moore. Throw over the first in time, and that's gonna retire the side. Mariners get out of a jam again, and we're going into the top of the 12th inning. And to see how it was done, Santander is 1 for 3 against Andres Munoz. So I guess there wasn't really a reason to not pitch against him. And now that puts, wow, this game just keeps going on. Didn't really matter. JP's the ghost runner. And then after that, you're going to have Julio Rodriguez up to the plate, who is 1 for 2, actually. And let's take another break, shall we?
With the NBA playoffs underway, you are probably planning to go to an NBA playoff game and cheer for your NBA team or player. But knowing that playoff tickets can be pricey, don't worry, I've got you covered. If you use my promo code RoofTopSports, you'll get $20 off the purchase and enjoy the NBA playoffs. With the NBA playoffs underway, you are probably planning to go to an NBA playoff game.
Something happened with the ad. It kind of just bugged out. SeatGeek is a mobile ticketing app for sporting events, concerts, and other events. They make the buying... Looks like my StreamYard is down at the moment, at least for the commercials. So I guess I won't be playing anything. So it really just wants me to work, I guess. And Fritz gave me $2. Thank you very much. Let's get those runs in. So I made a total of $3 in this game. Really just $2 because of the fees I got to pay by YouTube, but I really do appreciate it. And we are back from the break. Now it's going to be Julio Rodriguez up to the plate. Tomorrow is going to be Easton Lucas versus Luis La Piedra Castillo. Don't know if the Mariners are going to win this one. I don't think they're going to win that one. Barnes is pitching. And now we got Julio Rodriguez. And I think Munoz is probably going to get one more inning if the Mariners can take the lead. We got Jacob Barnes this season. He's got 4 earned runs, so it's probably one of their lower tier pitchers in the bullpen. And this game's been going on for 3.5 hours as we got a 1-0 on Julio Rodriguez. JP Crawford at second base. If it was anybody else, I would have asked for the bunt. Now here's Julio, and that's a ground ball foul. He swung at a really horrible pitch. As now we're at a 1-1 count. Runners in scoring position, JP is atrocious. 1 for 16 with 3 RBIs. And now the pitch. It must have been a 3-run home run when he did it. Yeah, Julio has to get out of this slump real quick and real fast, or else this season will run away from him but we know what he does. He always finds a way to pull it out of his butt in literally the last month of the baseball season, which is really annoying, to be honest with you. And we're at 2-1, and now the pitch. And now here's a fly ball to center field. Is that going to be enough for JP Crawford to run? And he's attacking at second, and he's going to third base, and the throw to third is not in time. And now you got a runner on third base with 1 out. And next up is going to be Leo Rivas. And if I were thinking of what I'm thinking of, I would like to see Leo Rivas drop down the bunt. I would say drop down the bunt. That is my idea. No, Mitch Garver's already been taken out. It's now going to be Leo Rivas. And now we've got Rivas up to the plate. He's batting 111. And now here's the pitch. That is outside for a ball. I'd go for that suicide squeeze because Mariners really can't come up with any offense. So it's like, what's the point? So we're at 1-0. And now here's the pitch. And that's going to be in there for a strike, 1-1. Like I'm saying, just drop the bunt. But the crazy thing is Rivas just has to put the ball in play, and that will bring Crawford home. Yeah, Robles, he's out. That doesn't help at all. But we all figured that he was going to be injured. Now the 1-1, and he doesn't even swing at that, and that's going to be 1-2 on Leo Rivas. 1-2 for Leo Rivas. We're at top of the 12th inning. And now the pitch. And that is low for a ball. 2-2. And now the 2-2 pitch. And that is up high for a ball. 3-2. But if Rivas walks, then does the Blue Jays dare to take the bat away from Cal Raleigh? That would be the big question. As we are at 3-2 for Leo Rivas. And now the pitch. And that is ball 4, take your base. And Leo Rivas gets on base with a walk. And now you got runners on first and third with just one out. But there's a double play ball that could be possible. Pitching coach is going to come out with Barnes pitching. Now the question is, are they going to take the bat away from Cal Raleigh? Because it is a very good case to do it. He is 2 for 3. Randy Arozarena's 0 for 5. Yeah, they're going to do it. They got to do it. Give the bat to Randy Arozarena. I agree. Yeah, then they would rather face Randy Arozarena, and after that's going to be Luke Raley. If they face Randy, it's trouble he's due. I don't think so. I would say take the bat away from Cal Raleigh, and I don't think it doesn't look like they're going to, actually. Cal Raleigh has 10 career home runs versus Toronto, second most versus any opponent. 21 career games, including the postseason, is what they're counting for. And looks like they are going to pitch to him. They're going to roll with the dice. They don't want the bases loaded, but I would. Blue Jays are now at a plus 110. And now the pitch. And that is going to be outside for a ball. As we're at 1-0. And now the pitch. Outside for a ball. 2-0 for Cal Raleigh. Blue Jays are now at a plus 110. They're actually the underdog. They might see if Cal swings at crap, as we're at 2-0. And now the pitch. And that is going to be outside 3-0. So it's like, why didn't you just take the bat away from Cal Raleigh? They're trying, maybe Cal Raleigh hits the home run. I don't know. As we're at 3-0 for Cal. They're giving the green light, they would say, huh? And now the 3-0 pitch. And that is ball 4, take your base. And now the bases are loaded for Randy Arozarena. It's like, why didn't you just intentionally walk him in the first place? And now we've got Arozarena. He is now 0 for 5, so it seems pretty unlikely he's going to get any hits on this. 14 pitches for Barnes. He has struggled this inning. He's only gotten 1 out. And here's Arozarena. And now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball, and that's going to get right through for a base hit. The runner's going to score, possibly another run. The throw to the plate, and that is going to be, there's no play, but that's just going to be 1 run. And the Mariners now take a 4-3 lead off an RBI single by Randy Arozarena. Very clutch moment for Randy Arozarena. That's about the second time or third time that he has done it in this week. And yeah, Reese Beast, you said he was about due. And now you get 1 run. For some reason, they didn't waive the runner. They may have had a chance, but I don't know. But now here's Luke Raley, some chance to do some more damage. And now the pitch. And a big swing and a miss. He tried to swing at that one. And that is going to be strike 1. Randy Arozarena has a 17-game on-base streak, career-long 20 and 23 when he was a Ray, Tampa Bay. And now the pitch, up high for a ball, and that is 1-1. Luke has just got to be smart. Yeah, clearing the bases would be very ideal, especially when you possibly have Munoz going into the bottom of the inning with the Mariners taking the lead. And now the 1-1 and a big swing and a miss, a really bad swing, not a smart swing at all for Luke Raley. With runners in scoring position, he is 3 of 18. He has 4 RBIs in the runners in scoring position, but he is awful. As we're at 1-2 for the Luke Raley. And now the pitch, low for a ball, and that is 2-2 for the Luke. This has been a very intense game. I would not bunt it with the bases loaded because you can just force the runner home. So I wouldn't do that. As we're at 2-2. And now the pitch. And that is outside for ball 3. 3-2. You're just one ball away from scoring in another run. Let's hope that this happens. We're at 3-2. On deck will unfortunately be Rowdy Tellez, so you got to score something. The 3-2, and now here's a ground ball. That's going to be Vlad Guerrero Jr. Throw to home, throw to first, and that is going to get away, but no run's going to score because you got the force at home. But now you got Rowdy Tellez at the plate. Yep, we're screwed. Rowdy Tellez is up, and yep, we're done. Yeah, Guerrero had a nice heads-up play at first base, but he was not able to scoop up the ball because it was a bad throw by Alejandro Kirk. But now, Rowdy Tellez is up, and it's 2 outs, so it's very unlikely. No, he's not due. Like, if there was saying, is Rowdy Tellez going to get a hit, and you bet $1, you'd probably win $100. Now we're at, he's 0 for 5, by the way, the pitch. And that is outside for a ball. I don't think he's due. I think this will be the backbreaker, and somehow the Blue Jays will find a way to win this game as we are at 1-0 for Rowdy Tellez. And now the 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be low for a ball again, and that is going to be a 2-0 count. Rowdy Tellez with runners in scoring position. He hasn't really done much either. But somehow he is ahead of the count. Next up would be Dylan Moore, who is also 0 for 5. The pitch and a ground ball foul, and that's going to be a 2-1 count. Rowdy shouldn't be aggressively swinging. That's all he does. He lives and dies by home runs, which has really cost him dearly, especially in this season with the Mariners. 2 home runs this season, by the way. And now the 2-1 pitch. And here's a liner, and that is just foul. And that could have almost cleared the bases. Rowdy Tellez is still fighting a 2-2 count, but you would think that he's probably going to strike out. I mean, I think if the Mariners doesn't get Rowdy Tellez, if Rowdy Tellez gets out of this inning, all momentum goes to the Blue Jays. As we're at 2-2, Barnes will try this again. He's at 25 pitches. And now the 2-2 pitch, and that is outside for a ball. Ball 3. 3-2 the count on Rowdy Tellez. Blue Jays have also used just as much pitchers as the Mariners has, as it seems. Both have used 6 pitchers. They're on their 6 pitchers. Now here's the 3-2, and that is a foul ball, and that could be not playable. Still full count, 3-2. We got a splitter, slider, 2 cutters, and 2 four-seam fastballs, but Tellez is just not hitting any of them at all. And we will try this again at 3-2. Tellez has got to get more runs in. If he's not getting runs in, he should be DFA'd after this. And now the 3-2 pitch. And now here's a fly ball to deep right field. And that is gone. That's a grand slam home run by Rowdy Tellez. And the Mariners have just broken this game open to make it 8-3. and a grand slam home run by the unlikely hero, Rowdy Tellez. It's the Mariners 8 and the Mariners 3. Who is shocked as much as I am? All of you are. No one saw this happening. And now it's again 8-3, and this ball game might be iced. I shouldn't say that. But when that hit happened, that was gone. That was just blasted. And that's his third home run. And after me crapping on Rowdy Tellez all day, he gets a grand slam home run. And now the pitch to Dylan Moore. And that is low for a ball. I cannot believe what I just saw. A grand slam home run. And now we're at 1-0 for Dylan Moore. And now the pitch. And that is a foul ball. Yeah, the BK strikes. And now we got Casey Lawrence in the bullpen. I still wonder if Munoz is going to get the opportunity to close, though. Or are they just going to put in Casey Lawrence and just rest Munoz for the rest of the game, for tomorrow at least? And now we're at 1-1, and now the pitch. And that is outside for a ball, 2-1. Oh, Fritz, World Series, baby. We're only in freaking April. Don't even go there. Mariners haven't even touched a World Series, haven't even sniffed one. Didn't even force a game 7. Now the pitch, low for a ball, and that is 2-2. Actually, no, I think that was a strike. He went around it, no doubt. Still can't believe that. Yeah, I just said 8-3. I probably did. The Mariners 8. Oh my gosh. Did I really do that, Josh? And now we're at 2-2. And now here is a blooper, and that is not going to be playable. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to say Blue Jays somewhere. Thanks, Josh, for the heads up. Yeah, I was just so excited that I didn't even say Blue Jays on that. How embarrassing. Yeah, check on that, Josh. That'd be very helpful. And if I did, I better fix up my YouTube short for that. I'm probably just going to cut that part short. Yeah, but, Mariners will find a way to... They make a starter look like a Hall of Famer anyway, Brees Beast. Now we got Ben Williamson up to the plate. And now the pitch. And that is a strike. Ben Williamson has had a clutch day. He tied the game with his first home run of his career. So I've seen quite a bit of debut action out of Ben Williamson. And now we're at the 0-1. Now the pitch. And that is low for a ball. 1-1. Steve, I wish you were there. I really do. But I guess this game really burned you out. As now we're at a 1-1 on the Ben Williamson. And now the pitch. Now here's a ground ball. And that is a foul ball. Oh, Josh, I did, didn't I? Thanks for checking. Great heads up on that. Maybe I'll just put it... No. I'll just say the Mariners 8 and the blank 3 because I really messed up. It was a blooper moment. I think that's like what? The second blooper moment of the season, Josh? And now we're at 1-2 for the Ben Williamson. And now the 1-2 pitch. And a big swing and a miss. He got fooled into that one. Strike 3. And that will retire the side. But the Mariners broke this game open, scoring 5 runs, including an insane Rowdy Tellez grand slam home run. But now it's up to the Mariners to close this out. Still can't believe Tellez hit that grand slam home run. And on the Twitter post, the Mariners are saying, let's get Rowdy. I mean, there's no way the Mariners could really, blow a 5-run lead in extras, could they? Is that actually possible? The betting lines are off, too. Gonna start making my YouTube short for Rowdy Tellez. Cannot believe I just saw a freaking grand slam home run. And now we are back from the break. And remember, Rowdy Tellez hit that grand slam home run. That is the highlight of the game after he was 0 for 5, and he absolutely just tanked it. Like, it was absolutely blasted. And I thought like I was going to get a heart attack, but we've got to move on and we got to complete this game. So the Mariners could at least tie the series and go into the series with an opportunity to still win this series going into Boston. And now I got Casey Lawrence, and that's going to be outside for a ball. We're at 1-0 so far for Jimenez. Now the pitch outside for a ball again, and that is now a 1-0 count. Now the 2-0, and that is a strike. Now we're at 2-1 for Andres Jimenez, the pitch, and that's going to be popped up, and that's going to be out of play. Two and two the count. Game's been going on for nearly 4 hours. And now the 2-2. Up high for a ball, 3-2, and Casey Lawrence is struggling to find that zone. Jimenez is 3 for 5. 5 pitches for Casey Lawrence. And now the 3-2. Now here's a ground ball right to Dylan Moore. Toss over the first in time. But now you got a runner at third base with 1 out. And no lines are open. Yeah, it's a big first out. But now we got George Springer, who unfortunately, though, he is 0 for 4. But I don't know if that's going to really mean much. And now the pitch. And that is a strike. We're at 0-1 for George Springer. And now the pitch. And that is a foul ball. And that's going to be strike 2 on George Springer. Mariners are possibly down to just Casey Lawrence and Trent Thornton. So you got to end this game quick, because Mariners are not going to have much options tomorrow either. I mean, you've already burned Colin Snyder, Casey Lengumina, and Carlos Vargas. The pitch outside for a ball. You might have Eduardo Bizardo. You won't have Casey Lawrence, so you're going to be down to maybe just Bizardo and Munoz. So Castillo's going to probably get a lot of innings tomorrow, as we're at 1-2 on Casey Lawrence. Now the pitch, or Beer Springer, and that's going to be a ground ball right to third. Ben Williamson throws the first, and that is in time, but a runner scores to make it 8-4, but the Blue Jays are down to that final out. And now we got Alejandro Kirk up to the plate. It's going to be up to him to extend this game, and great defense by Ben Williamson, something that we wouldn't have seen out of Jorge Polanco. Tellez had a nice little scoop as well. And now we're at 1 for 4 is Alejandro Kirk. Mariners on the verge of tying this series, and that's going to be low for a ball. Thornton and Gabe Spire, yeah, they'll be available tomorrow. That's right. So you're going to have Gabe Spire, Trent Thornton, Andres Munoz, and maybe Bizardo, and maybe Lawrence. And that's going to be popped up, and that should do it. We got Tellez. Is he there? And he makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Mariners escape a really intense one in extra innings, all in thanks to Rowdy Tellez with that grand slam home run. And the Mariners will go into the Blue Jays series finale with Luis Castillo and an opportunity to win the series before you go to Boston. So this is a huge victory for the Mariners. And now that puts them above 500 again. Tellez ends the game. How fitting. That's what I thought too. And honestly, I've got to take off. Like, this game was just too much for me. I can't talk about it anymore. But I just want to say thank you very much for being here. And thank you to Fritz and the Korean pizza boy for donating to this channel. I made $5 out of 50. Okay. But I'll be back tomorrow. I am going to be back tomorrow right after my Easter Sunday Mass. And everyone, thank you and go Mariners and happy Easter weekend and happy Holy Saturday. YouTube's so going to cancel me for